All right, we are live.
Good evening, everyone. I am calling this meeting of the Historic Districts Review Board to order. This is our 35th virtual meeting. Yes, 35th. Today we are December 14th, 2021. And I would like to ask Melissa to do a roll call, please.
Yes, ma'am. Chair Rios,
Here.
Vice Chair Katz,
Here.
Member Beachide,
Here.
Member Bienvenue,
Here.
Member Guida.
Excused.
Thank you. Member Larson,
Here.
Member Roybal.
Excused as well.
Thank you. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any changes to the agenda, staff or board members?
None from staff.
No changes. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Katz moves to approve the agenda.
Bienvenue seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachide,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. We have minutes of November 23rd, 2021. Board members, are there any changes to any of these? Let me see if I see any hands. Melissa, it looks like you did an excellent job because I don't see any hands. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of November 23rd?
Larson
Member-
moves.
November, pardon?
Larson moves.
Bienvenue seconds.
And roll call vote, please.
Member Beachide,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Abstain.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Under findings of fact and conclusions of law, we have 9. Are there any changes to any of these? Again, I don't see any hands. So is there a motion to approve these as submitted?
Bienvenue moves to approve as submitted.
Beachide seconds.
A roll call vote, please.
Member Beachide,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Abstain.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. We go to matters from the public. Let me see if anyone from the public wishes to comment at this time. We have Stephanie Venanato. Stephanie, you have the floor. What do you want to tell us today?
Hi, thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to say that I understood that Noah Berkey was leaving or Burke, excuse me if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly, Noah. And I don't know if all of you know that. Somebody mentioned that to me the other day. And I'm sorry to see Noah leaving. I think he was one of the better employees, but I heard that he was headhunted. And then the other thing that I thought was quite amusing is the other day I was at Technograph, and an architect walked in and asked me why I come to all the historic board meetings and make comments. And we had a little bit of a conversation about that. And I hope that more public members will participate because I do think public participation is essential to these land use boards. And I wanted to say thank you, Carly, for saying hi to me and Nicole the other day. It's been about a month ago. I'm doing a tour. You all are waving at me. It took me a few seconds to figure out who you all were, but thanks for saying hello. All right, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Stephanie. I don't see anyone else's hand raised from the public. So we will move on to staff communications. Any staff communications, Carlin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have some communications. Just a reminder, you now, for the applicants, most of them are now seeing that there is one deadline per month for the HDRB applications. So please plan ahead. That's one deadline for both hearings. That is on our, that's on our forums and the website. The website has now been updated. Please take some time to take a look. There's some procedure information, updates to applications. We've been trucking along through that as best we can. Let's see, that said, on the website, we also have an announcement for an ARC, an Archaeological Review Committee vacancy for historian. Take a look. If anybody here, any members of the public know of someone who might meet those qualifications, they are listed there on the website. Please email me, let me know. And then one other item for sign enforcement. We've bumped that back just a little bit. Gary, our inspector, has been out giving warnings, notifications, talking with business owners downtown so that before they are hit with any sort of violations, that they are made aware and that they can come into compliance where they're not in compliance. And so we've decided just to hold off on until January, early January. Doing that right before Christmas seemed maybe not the kindest. So we will be ramping that up in January. So I'm hoping just to get that message out, and we'll likely do announcement also for that on the website, just so that folks are aware. Madam Chair, that is all.
Oh, thank you, Carly, for informing us of these three things. Much appreciated. So everyone, if you need to clarify things, look on the website. It is updated, she just stated. So that is good. Okay, this evening we will go on to old business. There are 4 cases under old business and there are 4 cases under new business. If you disagree with the decision that this board makes this evening, you can appeal it to the city council. And that can be done after the findings of fact and conclusions of law have been approved, and you have up to 15 days. So with that being said, we'll go on to the first case under old business. And this case is 2021-004457, located at 213.5 Delgado. This is Angela's case. And this has to do with rescinding a motion. So Angela, you have the floor. Unless Attorney Rubeli wishes to say anything prior to your presentation.
Well, yes, I think if I might supplement the record, I think we can go forward with some, just a little bit more explanation as to what we're looking for here. The reason we put this on the agenda was because when this vote was taken, there was a vote to approve the particular project here at this location that did not go forward or died for a lack of second. Then there was a motion to go ahead and approve the project with a condition that one yard wall be, I believe it was the front yard wall, be limited to 5 feet. The remaining walls be limited to 7 feet. Now, is the applicant on in the meeting? Do we have the applicant? Because I think we.
Madam Chair, we do see the applicant here to answer that question.
Yes, and who is the applicant?
Stephen Belly, Madam Chair.
Okay. Anything further, Attorney Rubeli?
Yes, I just wanted to see if the applicant was following.
Yes, the applicant, I see the applicant is here and he has his hand raised.
Okay, thank you. The original motion to approve the project died for lack of second, and then there was a new motion to approve the project with conditions. The conditions being that one yard wall be limited to 5 feet. I believe the applicant himself offered to reduce the height of yard walls to 7 feet for all except the front yard wall, which the board made conditional upon a reduction to a height of 5 feet. And he said that his property owner, he didn't have his property owner's agreement to do that. As we understand, he has an objection and is considering an appeal. And so when the new motion was made, I think maybe I should have jumped in and talked about the actual height limitations on yards as they apply to a project that is in a lot that does not have a street frontage. That is a lot that is set back from the feet, according to Angela, the planner in this case. I believe this lot is set back from Delgado Street, possibly 70 to 80 feet. The height of the yard wall is limited under, and this is kind of buried in the code under subsection D of section 14-5.2. We're looking at D, subsection 9, subsection little a, subsection little Roman numeral 2, subsection D. So we're looking at D9A2D. And it specifically reads, when the proposed building, yard wall, or fence is located on a lot with no frontage on rights of way, the streetscape is defined by measuring a distance of 300 feet in all directions, beginning from the midpoint of the facade, which contains the principal entrance of the building. The height of a proposed yard wall or fence shall not exceed the height of the tallest yard wall or fence within this streetscape. See illustration 14-5.2-4, interior lot with no street frontage. May I share my screen?
Yes, please, Jane.
Okay, let's see. Right here. Okay. All right, and so all right. Okay, what's everybody looking at there? Do you see my screen?
Yes, we sure do.
Okay, now see where my cursor is, just kind of right there toward the top of the screen. We're looking at illustration 14-5.2-4, interior lot with no street frontage. Here's the rule here. This is subsection 14-5.2-D9A2D. So this is this illustration 14-5.2-4, interior lot with no street frontage, gives us an idea of how the yard wall height limit is to be calculated. It is the limitation is the height of the proposed yard wall or fence shall not exceed the height of the tallest yard wall or fence within this streetscape. So I think we need to have, with this particular rule in mind, I think we need to have some testimony from the planning division or the planner as to what the highest walls are within this radius here, this circumference. So that's what I think the board needs to consider with respect to this application. We would ask the board to consider reopening its previous vote, setting aside its previous vote on a motion to reconsider, and then having a discussion with respect to this rule as it applies to this application with the testimony of a planner as to what the highest yard walls are within the 300-foot radius.
Okay, and excuse me, Attorney Rubelli, you said a motion to reconsider. I think you meant a motion to rescind because they're two different things. You take different avenues for each motion. So,
Okay,
yeah, a motion to rescind would, I believe, nullify the prior action if this is done. And a motion to rescind can be done by any member of the board, and the time frame is, it's not subject to a time frame limit. If I recall correctly about rescinding motions. If anyone
Okay.
else on the board or on staff says differently, please speak up now. I believe that's the way it goes. Otherwise, if it's okay with you, Attorney Rubalid, I'll ask Angela to comment on this case. Or do we need to do the motion first? That kind of makes more sense to me.
I think that would be an appropriate way to proceed. I'm looking up motions to rescind. I looked up motions to reconsider. But I think that 626, 35.1. But that's the approach you wish to take. I think that would be rescind, amend something previously adopted. Yes, you can do that.
Member Katz.
I'm a little puzzled as what the difference between rescind and reconsider is. And which one would be, and because I don't know the difference, I can't
Yeah,
decide which one would be the better course. Can
It's
we
the
get
rescind.
enlightened on the difference?
Motion to rescind under Robert's Rules of Order 35:1, also known as a motion to repeal or annul, is a motion by which a previous action or order can be canceled or countermanded. The effect of rescind is to strike out an entire main motion, resolution, or order or something that has been adopted at some previous time. A previous notice of intent to offer one of these motions at the next meeting can be given while another question is pending, provided that it does not interrupt the speaker. It can be applied to anything, are out of order when another has the floor, must be seconded, are debatable. Motion to reconsider, that's section 37, Robert's Rules of Order, enables a majority in an assembly within a limited time and without notice to bring back for further reconsideration a motion that has already been voted upon. So I think since we have given notice, I think a motion to rescind is probably the correct way to characterize this motion, because it is on the agenda that we are going to take this item up again.
Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate the enlightenment.
You're welcome.
And with that being said, I will entertain a motion to rescind this case. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will make a motion based on the information provided by staff and the city attorney. I move in case number 2021-004457 HDRB 213.5 Delgado Street, that the vote taken on this case, the November 23, 2021 HDRB hearing be rescinded.
And do I hear a second? And do we actually have to have a second? I think in some motions you'd like to reconsider. I don't think you even have to have a second. But I think for a rescinding motion, I believe you do have to have a second.
Pursuant to Robert's Rules of Order, section 35:2, subsection 4, yes, that must be seconded.
And I don't see that any board member has his or her hand raised for a second. So I'm going to assume that this nullifies the rescinding the action, the motion. correct?
Well, if we don't have a second, apparently the motion dies for lack of second.
And the other motion stands.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't see anybody. I personally was hoping that we would hear the case again. I personally feel, well, I won't express my opinion unless we would have to hear the case again. But Vice Chair Katz?
Yeah, I wasn't at that meeting, and so I was a little reluctant to second a motion. I think it really is up to the folks here that were at the meeting last one. But I think it would allow us the opportunity to discuss what the issue is, and if we want to keep doing the same thing we did before, we could just maybe have a better basis and reason for doing that.
And I don't think that a person that seconds a motion necessarily has to be a person that was in attendance. I'm correct, Frank Rubelik?
Well, I'm taking a look here. There's a right of any member to make the motion. In contrast to the case of the motion to reconsider, there's no time limit on making the motion, and they can be moved by any member regardless of how he voted on the original question. When previous notice has been given, it is usual to wait for the member who gave notice of these motions to move. If he does not, any member can do so.
Okay. Well, it looks like nobody wants to second that motion, so I guess the motion that was made at the prior meeting stands. Member Beachside, did you have something?
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm having a little trouble following what we're doing here, but if because this has been noticed, we need to hear it, then I'll second the motion, just for the sake of discussion, if that works.
For the sake of discussion or for the sake of rescinding?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can have discussion without a motion on the floor. Is that correct? So if we want to talk about this, I'll be happy to second the motion and have that conversation.
But not necessarily rescind? Because
No,
that's what the
no,
motion.
just whatever we have to do to hear it. I think I'm understanding that because staff has noticed this, that we need to hear something. So if that's a decision we have to make because of what we've been advised by staff, then I think we should do that.
Okay,
Well,
so
the Robert's rules reads that the motions are debatable. Debate can go into the merits of the question, which is
okay,
proposed
good.
to rescind or amend.
Okay,
So-
understood. So Member Beachside is seconding the motion
Yes.
to rescind the case.
Yes, I'll second Member Bienvenu's motion.
And does anybody have any questions or discussion in reference to this motion? Member Benvenu?
You have two hands up.
Yes, Member Benvenu and Member Katz. Member Benvenu.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I was muted. Yes, I think that the appropriate procedure in my mind at this point before we take a vote would be to hear staff and have additional testimony so that we have an informed basis for the vote to come.
Okay, and I see that Member Katz was nodding.
Yeah, that's just, I had the same sense that we should discuss this and then vote.
Okay, Angela, this is your case. May we hear from you?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm on, oh, okay. I'm gonna turn it over to Carly on this one, and I can stand for questions if needed around this case.
Okay, Angela, thank you. So let me just, sorry, Madam Chair, let me make sure where I'm at. So shall I address the wall height issue, that question? Okay. So the condition was to give 5 feet, a 5-foot limit on the front wall, or that kind of that front of the house. And then looking at the code afterward, there are other walls. The highest wall in the area is 8 feet. There's another wall across the way that is 6 and then stacks up to 8. So there are a couple that are definitely higher, and I believe the applicant may also have some pictures that they brought as well.
Yeah, but Carly, we are considering a 300-foot radius, and that is a large territory. That includes, you are focusing on high walls, but that includes high walls and low walls and medium walls. That's what we need to look at, not just the focus on the high walls, because you have to take an average. We'd have to take an average of the walls that are within this radius, this 300-foot radius. That 300-foot radius from that property extends in all directions in the circle. Yeah, and it encompasses quite a variety of wall heights.
So to answer that, Madam Chair, so there's something first to know about the underlying zoning. The underlying zoning can go up to 8 feet. And while that's not our code, that is there in the code. It specifies 4 compounds. That's what the underlying zoning says. Now, for the 300-foot radius, it is not the average that it has to be, but it doesn't have to, it shall not exceed the tallest yard wall height within the streetscape. So it's not the average that we're looking at here.
So the tallest wall height that you are indicating within the 360 radius streetscape is 8 feet. So this application cannot exceed 8 feet, correct?
That is correct.
But I also feel that the board has to consider the harmony issue. Harmony is a very important issue that we consider in all applications. And that is something that we need to consider very closely. Let me hear from other board members. Member Beachside, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Just on that point, I don't say that we've violated the code. The 5-foot wall that we conditioned does not exceed the tallest wall height in the streetscape. So can you help me understand exactly what staff or the attorney sees as an issue with this motion?
Thank you, and Madam Chair, thank you. Member Beachite, so the primary issue was in the motion is the administrative record, is how the motion was stated, that the basis that the motion, if harmony is the basis for the motion, that was just not stated in the administrative record. I will say we also have the applicant here tonight with an adjustment to the proposal as well. So I have answered that question or answered that.
Well, I as the maker of that motion, that is what I intended. And I believe I can look back at the minutes. Maybe it wasn't clearly stated as part of the motion, but what I was concerned with is the issue of harmony and the fact that at the end of the street, there's a contributing building with very low yard walls. At the entrance to the driveway on Delgado, there's a wall that is maybe 3 feet. It's probably shorter. And I feel like that sets the visual entrance to this private driveway. But this property can be seen from Delgado. And so I think that, like as Chair Rios was stating, the low yard walls in this area do deserve some consideration when looking at the harmony of the streetscape. Just because one wall across the street is 8 feet tall doesn't mean all the yard walls on this street should be 8 feet tall. I think it's sort of the opposite, that there's more of a sense of character associated with the low yard walls on Delgado and this private drive.
Anything further, Member Buchanai?
No, thanks.
Member Katz?
Yes, I think we might get to this, but because I wasn't at the hearing, I'm not clear exactly what height they were seeking. Looking at one of the pages of the current packet, it looked like they wanted the wall to be 6 foot 8 inches tall.
I believe it was 7 feet 9 inches tall, almost 8 feet.
Perhaps we can get some, I mean, I can refer us to the page, I think it's page 53 of the packet that shows that gave me that impression, and maybe that can get clarified. I would like to have that clarified.
Angela, can you clarify that? As I recall, the applicant wanted an 8-foot wall all the way around the property, almost 8 feet.
Chair Rios, board, I'd like to share my screen and pull up the elevation that has the yard wall
Okay.
elevation and shows the different heights, if that's okay. Can you see this?
Yes.
It's a little hard to tell from the size of this. If I can increase its size, I'd like to do that. Let's see if this. Well, it doesn't seem to want to go much larger. If you can see this house, this is the north elevation, the front of the house. This is the yard wall, like this. It has a gate feature, and then so it's at different levels. It's hard to tell. You all should have this in your packets. I don't know if you found this particular elevation.
Okay, and would you indicate the heights?
Chair Rios, that's what I'm trying to read, and it's just a little bit too small. See if this, okay, that seemed to increase it. So going from the front gate, the height of that is 710. Right here, this is 710. And then this is slightly higher. I can't tell if that's over 8 feet. It has 7. And I think the applicant is the authority on this. That's the building height. So this is it's about 710, and it jogs up for the pilaster and gate or the flanking stucco walls. And this is 7.6, this portion of the wall. It ends right here.
Thank you. And what about the side walls? What were they proposing here?
On the side is coyote fencing. No wall in front of the garage. The garage is accessed from the west, and the coyote fencing goes from that garage corner across the back of the property on the south elevation up to southeast corner of the lot.
So Angela, it's going to be surrounded by coyote fencing except the front?
Chair Rios, not expressly surrounded, like I'm saying, there's no fencing proposed for the western
Right,
end.
but
Okay.
other than that, it's going to be coyote fencing on the south side, on the east side, west side. And then the wall is on the north side, is that correct?
This is correct. I could
And
use,
that coyote fencing, I know on the back is allowed 8 feet, I believe. But on the east and on the west sides, they were also, and it doesn't vary, it just goes, they were wanting close to 8 feet, and I believe the motion was for 7 feet.
Chair Rios, this is the rear of the house. This is the south elevation and the coyote fencing. Oops. And to the point that it's not surrounded entirely, this is the west elevation and there's no fencing across that portion of the west elevation.
Okay, let me see. Member Benvenu has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm just looking at the ordinance to try to understand exactly which provisions apply to this situation. And as Member Beachside said, the factor of harmony clearly applies because the paragraph that refers to harmony specifically refers to height, in addition to other structural features that the board can consider. So I think that that's a legitimate basis for whatever decision the body makes in this case or has already made, in addition to the specific provision calculating streetscape for this project. And I'm also looking at another section of the code that I do think applies as well, which is the streetscape standards, which indicates that when determining streetscape, the following structure types shall be excluded, and gives a list. And one of them is yard walls and fences whose height is inconsistent with the predominant height of yard walls and fences on that streetscape. So that seems to me to, in essence, potentially undo the specific provision in the subsection that we're reviewing that says you take the highest yard wall as opposed to the average, and at least permits, well, doesn't just permit the board, but maybe mandates that we actually not just take the highest one if it's inconsistent with the average. So I think that in essence, we may be getting back to an average height in this streetscape, or 300-yard streetscape, as opposed to the tallest height for comparison purposes.
And
Member Benvenu, can I ask you what provision of the code you're looking at?
Yeah,
I'd like to
I was going to ask you to cite that, please.
Yeah,
Give us
it's under streetscape standards. So unfortunately, my document's cut off for what the initial sub paragraph is, but it follows directly the specific provision, and map follows directly after the specific provision and illustration at 14-5.2-4 that you just had on the screen.
In the meantime, Member Katz has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would help, I think, if we knew, particularly in the light of what Member Bienvenu has just quoted. What is this wall? I mean, there is allegedly a wall. Where? Can we see a picture of it? Is it really 8 feet? And it could be that it's, very anomalous, that it doesn't really, that it's someplace else that we wouldn't want there, that it really also bears on the comment that Member Beachside made about the harmony. So I would ask staff where these walls that they refer to, that they say are the highest, are. Thank you.
Member Katz, I'm going to defer to the applicant on this, because we've got a lot of that to explain for us and photos.
I didn't hear who you were deferring to.
I'm deferring to the applicants who's
Okay,
present
thank you.
in the meeting to go through just that along with the rest of his presentation.
Okay, before we go to the applicant, let me hear from, let's see, I thought Member Beachside had her hand up, but it's Member Bienvenu. Did you have something further?
No,
No.
sorry, thank you.
But Member Beachside? And you're muted.
Sorry, I was just going to provide the code citation for the record, if that's helpful.
Go ahead and state that.
So it's
That has to do with the streetscape standards.
the streetscape standards are 14-5.2 D9A2 FB. Oh, sorry, is that right? I'm sorry. That doesn't seem right, is it? I think there might be a typo in my copy.
Oh,
I'm sorry, but John's description does allow you to find it. It's right under what we were talking about under F, but it's labeled B. Sorry, that's not very helpful.
So that might not have been the correct, exactly.
Yeah.
Some of it might have been correct, but not entirely.
If I may, I believe that's the section that Mr. Bienvenu just read was D9B, because I see 9 goes to a little a.
Yep.
And then I see
Yeah, I think that's right, Frank.
A,
Thank
B,
you.
C, D, then 2, A, B, C, D, E, F, then B. So I think it's D9B.
Correct, that's what I'm reading.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, all of you, and thank you, Attorney Bubali. Member Bienvenu, you have your hand up.
Nope.
again?
That was my comment, thank you.
Okay. And Member Beachside, I'm gonna guess that that's all you had to say. And so let's swear in the applicant, Melissa.
Okay. Mr. Belli, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Stephen Belli, 449 Camino Don Miguel.
Good evening,
Thank you.
Mr. Bailey. What do you have to tell us this evening about this project? In reference to the walls.
Hi, sure. And I used to, oh, there we go. I was going to say I used to know how to turn my video on, but there it is. Okay. So first of all, thank you all for hearing this again. I realize that you're wondering why are we revisiting something that was voted on last time. And it was just, I was on vacation. And so Keith graciously handled the hearing for us. And I just had some points that I wanted to bring up after I watched the hearing on YouTube. And so I shared those with Carly and Nicole and Angela. And so it seemed appropriate to bring it back for discussion. And I have a list of comments that y'all have made or questions that you've made that I can address now. And I'd also just like to bring you up to speed with kind of the process that got us here, and that explains why my thinking was that the code was a certain thing, and and why we designed the house the way we did. So bear with me, this will not be nearly as long as my presentation for the last project that y'all saw from me. But back in March of this year, I met Angela on site at the outset of the design process, and we talked about yard walls. And then I was talking with Nicole about archaeological right after that. And she told me that yard wall heights are not governed by historic if the property is not on the street, and that the yard wall would be held to normal zoning requirements. And I'm understanding both of the rules that y'all have talked about today, and we can address those, I think. But I just wanted to say that's where I was coming from, was that understanding that because we were not on the street, it was really a zoning limitation that we had to follow. And I think at the time that Nicole and I were talking, we were both thinking that that meant 6 feet, because that's a normal zoning requirement in a lot of the city. But in this particular district, Carlos Zamora helped me understand that the height limitation is 8 feet for zoning, and that there's actually encouragement from zoning to do yard walls that are between 6 and 8 feet, because when the zoning rules were created, they wanted to encourage in this district what they were already seeing, which was a number of compounds that had that feel that was more private and more mysterious maybe. And so they actually, if you build a yard wall on the front of the house between 6 and 8 feet, you can reduce your front setback from the normal 7 feet to 0. And on the rear of the house, if you do that, you can reduce the regular setback for the rear from 15 feet to 5. So on the front of the house, we decided, oh, well, sorry, hold on, let me just say this. Okay, on that basis, I redesigned the house after talking to Carlos and Nicole for my client, because we had originally designed the house to be very private, have an interior courtyard in the middle of house all the way around. And that would have put the house right on the shared driveway at up to 14'7" which is our height restriction for our property. And but after I had gotten this information about the yard walls that we could do, we decided that we could get privacy for a garden space outside the home rather than having to do a courtyard in the middle of the house and put the house walls right up against the driveway. And so I redesigned the house with the garden space wrapping the north and the east, and with the expectation that we'd be able to do yard walls that would offer true privacy to my clients, one of whom's 5'2", the other one's 6'1", and they would like privacy. And so then, sorry, I'm just skipping down my notes. And then the other thing that I was thinking about after I had written that initial email to Carly and Angela and Nicole was what I put in a second email, which is to say that I was thinking about the project some more this morning, as well as some comments made by Member Beachside and the member at large, Stephanie Beninato, with regards to not being able to see the architectural design because of the yard walls. And we actually made quite an effort to ensure that the publicly visible aspect of this house was quite beautiful and gave a lot of character to the part of the house that you see from the street. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute in terms of what we've been talking about as the front versus what we actually see, because they're different. The public visibility is incredibly limited, as y'all know, because I know y'all just did a site visit again today. It's incredibly limited by the narrow driveway and the distance from the road, which is actually about 150 feet from the road to the front of our property. And then another 20 or 30 feet to the house. And whereas zoning classifies the front of the house in a particular way because of where the driveway goes, I don't consider that the front of the house as far as historic or what we're looking at for Harmony or for the streetscape view from Delgado. And when we think about the front of the house as defined by zoning it as the north side of the house, the north side faces our neighbors to the north on the other side of the driveway. And those neighbors will look at our house when they walk up and down the driveway, or if they look over their yard wall, which is 6 to 8 feet tall. You know, so that's a little hard to swallow that they were required by zoning and allowed by historic to do a 6 to 8 foot yard wall, but we're not, and we're right on the other side of the driveway from them. And then I wanted to show you a few things. Can I share my screen? Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay, good. So first of all, I just wanted to draw your attention to, this is what I consider the corner of the house that is publicly visible. We've been talking about the front of the house as the north elevation. That's the elevation that is mostly an oblique angle. But what we see is this northwest corner. This is a guest bedroom window. The windows on the side of that room that we see a bit. And we see the yard wall with the shutters in it that are meant to be carved by Russell Moore. And I think y'all saw some images, or maybe you have them in your packet, of what we're proposing to do there. And so we had made quite an effort with the parapet height, then dropping down to a lower parapet for the garage on this side, and then dropping down to the lower yard wall. The yard wall being the height that was proposed allows us to have those shutters in the wall at a height that makes sense. If we drop the wall to 5 feet, having a foot above the shutters, the top of the shutters is at 4 feet, the bottom of the shutters is at 1'6". It's kind of like, well, who's looking out the shutters? Just the dogs? I'm not sure. So anyway, I just wanted to draw your attention because I know there's a lot of conversation about the north side of the house, and we can look at that in a minute. But I just wanted to say, this is what I consider to be publicly visible, and what we really gave a lot of attention to make it look good from the street in terms of windows, canales, brick coping on the house and the yard walls and the shutters. And then let me jump to this. So these are the images that Keith brought at the last hearing that were showing some yard walls in the area, because we were looking at that note that talks about the yard walls in an area where you're not on the street are governed by the highest yard wall in the district, or in the streetscape, excuse me. And so this is at 225.5 Delgado at the back of Gonzalez Compound Lane. So the south side of our property, where there's the coyote fence, the other side of that is the Gonzalez Compound Lane. So this wall is not far away from us in a 300-foot streetscape. It's on the other side of the property. This one is the one that's right across the driveway from us, the shared driveway that we have at 209 Delgado. It's 8 feet. That one I don't think I said is 8'2". That one's not in our streetscape. This one is 6'10". That's also within our compound. And I think, let me see if I pulled these up. Oh yeah, I pulled these up. So these were in your original packet. I don't think they were presented at the hearing, but they were in your original packet. This is the streetscape drawing that I got from Angela that showed where our 300-foot radius is, or maybe diameter, I can't remember. And then the little Post-its on here are numbers of yard walls that I was showing within our streetscape and within the district just a block over, which is Canyon Road. And so let me skip that one just to focus on the streetscape. These next ones that I'm going to show you are all in our streetscape, and they have a yard wall that's taller than a garage door. I'm not sure what that height is, but garage doors are often 7 feet or taller. That one doesn't look any taller than 7 feet, but the yard wall is there. This is a yard wall that's in our streetscape. It's over on that part of Alameda that's not the regular part of Alameda, but the little gravel part of Alameda. This is the one across the driveway. Then this one is another one that's just around the corner on Delgado and Alameda. This one is on Delgado. And this one is on Delgado, but on the other side of the street from us. So those are all properties that have high yard walls really close to ours. We do also have the really lower yard walls at the front of the shared driveway, but there are ones that are 6 to 8 feet tall right on the other side of our driveway, and also 8'2" on the other side of our coyote fence. So I just wanted to draw those to your attention for consideration as being harmonious with this district in terms of there are places where we have low yard walls and we see houses, and there are places where we have high yard walls and more of a compound feel. What my client and I talked about after the hearing was that we would like to offer to drop the yard walls around the north side of the house in an effort to come to something that works for y'all and works for my client. And so these two drawings are the ones that we've been talking about. This is the west elevation. So this is the one that faces Delgado. This is the north elevation, which faces our neighbor's street across the driveway. But you do see this corner. That was what I was showing you in the SketchUp model, is this corner of the building and this corner of the building. And so that the main yard wall that you see from the street, we're suggesting that we drop it 14 inches. The yard wall that surrounds the gate, we would like that to be a little taller than the other yard walls, just to frame the gate and make that entrance apparent. But we still have dropped that one 12 inches, and then we dropped the one on the other side 9 inches, just so, again, the prominence was given to the walls around the entry gate. And so that brings our yard wall heights to 6.5 feet around this front corner. The land does slope a little bit. It actually slopes 2 feet from the corner that's closest to the street to the catty corner opposite southeast corner. So there is some slope. So we're trying to take care of some slope, have the 6 foot minimum height walls, and then where the slope adds, then the walls get a little bit taller. So 6.5 feet there. The walls around the entry gate would be more like 7 feet. And then they drop again on the other side, like I was saying. In the original version, that I know it was hard to read on the scale that was pulled up on the screen, they were anywhere between 6 and 8 feet. And that was, again, because that's what I understood code would allow. And so I was doing the thing that where historic encourages yard walls to jog in front to back, and also to jog in height and to vary. And so I had done that as an exercise all the way around the house. And so that's why some of the walls got as high as they did, because they were needing to jog up and down or vary up and down in their heights. Okay, let me go to my list of questions just to make sure I've answered everything that y'all asked about. Oh, just to be clear, Chair Rios, there was no motion last time about something about 7 feet. I think the 7 feet number came up because Keith offered that anything that we had shown as higher than 7 feet, we could drop to 7 feet. And that is still true for this north side of the house where we're talking about these walls. And then just to clarify, the coyote fence is only along the south. It just barely turns the corner right there to meet a yard wall at the west. But it's really just that coyote fence that's along the south property line. Yeah, okay. I think I've answered all the questions. Hopefully I've given you something to think about. We do feel strongly that this is harmonious, that it meets the code requirements and would give privacy and also give an attractive house view towards Delgado or vice versa from Delgado.
Okay, Mr. Belli, thank you for your comments. And I see that Member Katz has a question, but just before he asks his question, you are proposing on the north side, the wall would be at 6.5 feet, and by the entry gate, 7 feet, correct?
Yes.
And then of course on the south side, that's going to be 8 feet coyote fence, correct?
It's what we were calling out was 6 to 8 feet because we're doing the varying top.
So 6 to 8 feet coyote fence. And so then that leaves us with the west and the east. Could you indicate those heights again, please?
Sure, and those would be what they were. Let me see. Oh, I know where I've got this. 1 second. Oh, here we go. Sorry. So these I didn't change. So I just left them the same. But that's the coyote fence across the back that we're saying the height would vary between 6 and 8 feet, and that has to do partly with how you measure on a sloping site, because there is like 1.5 feet of slope across the back. So anyway, I just called it out as being 6 to 8 feet, but varying top to the coyote fence. And then on the east, there are the walls that we've been talking about that are on the north side of the house. And then we get around to the east, and this east side looks into the new driveway of our neighbors. This is the project that Trey designed that y'all just reviewed not too long ago. And so their garage is on this side of their building. And so that's what we're looking at out this side. So we were hoping to keep the walls that are not at all publicly visible. They're on the back of the house as seen from Delgado at the height that I had originally called out, which was 6'10" 3/4" around this side. And that would also have shutters to give a nice appearance toward our neighbor's house. And then the west has the garage door. It has that little return of coyote fence at the southwest corner. And then it has the yard walls that we've been talking about that are along the north side of the house, but they're really pretty far set back. And I don't know if Angela, if you can pull up that floor plan again, that might be helpful.
Okay.
Or actually, sorry, Angela, let me just show you this. So here's the SketchUp model. And this is as proposed originally. So I have not changed this only because I don't know how, and Carly asked me to this afternoon, but I can't do SketchUp to this level. So this is as originally proposed with the higher walls around the north. But if this helps, that is that northwest corner of the house that is the most publicly visible, the guest bedroom windows, the wall that comes around to the entry gates, higher walls, and then it wraps around this side and has that second set of shutters back here off of their bedroom, and the great room is there. Is that?
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Oh,
Let
sure.
me see what Member Katz has to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The height exception, the height across the street of that wall, the only place it's over 6 feet is where it's over a door, and that's an exception from a height. And I don't think that's the wall height. I think that's the over the door height.
Right, okay.
And the one above.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And I was just showing you that there's also this wall.
Yeah. And that honestly is an 8-foot wall. So I think that is within allowable code. And of course, then the question is harmony. The way I look at this, and I had heard that this was coming back, and so I said, okay, what do I think about it? And my sense is that when the view of the house, that view of the house that you've shown, I think is commendable in not having a wall that's blocking the view. Basically, there is that portion of the wall that has the shutter in it, but the rest of it is completely directly what you're looking at. So you don't see the height of that wall at all, really. And I can understand how significant the privacy that wall would give the house way back there from the neighbor right across the street. And I appreciate the fact that there's been a willingness to lower it to 6'8". And I mean, I don't know whether lowering the end where the shutter is and eliminating the shutter, but just have the lower wall so it doesn't look high. But really, I think that the architect has done a very nice job in what little bit is visible down the driveway. Even if it's 150 feet away, you do see it, and you're seeing the house and a nice house. And I wonder whether, with the willingness of the applicant to lower the wall, whether the other members of the board would reconsider.
Yeah, I want to hear from other board members. I'd like to hear from other board members. I personally do not feel that this is in harmony with the surrounding area. And I think that the harmony issue is quite important. And I can understand a person wanting some kind of privacy, but, and I do appreciate the fact, Mr. Belli, that you have lowered that, or well, you're offering to lower it from your original, because the board had indicated this to be 5 feet.
And may I comment on that?
Yes, absolutely.
Just that, you know, I hear what you're saying about harmony on the street, and
Well, harmony on the street and harmony within that compound.
well,
'Cause
within
the
the
house
compound,
be
within the
very-
compound, our neighbor has a 6'10" wall and an 8-foot tall doorway. The next compound over, which backs up to our property line, has the 8'2" wall in it. So it seems like to me what I'm seeing is on this street is that there are a lot of low yard walls right at the front of our property. And then as people go back, where it gets really dense back in there, they've built higher walls. And that can also be seen here where, it's not even just our property and our next door neighbor's property, but also this one, which is out on the street. This is on Alameda, the dirt part of Alameda. And so there are high walls around this area. Most of them may not be right on Delgado, but some of them are. I mean, these right here, this is on Delgado and Alameda. It's the corner of Delgado and Alameda. This is a higher yard wall. This one is a high yard wall with a very high doorway over that gate. So I just wanted to bring that up. And also, I don't know if it'd be appropriate for me to share, but Carly and I received a letter from the neighbors who live behind where this house will be. They're the ones who live in the far northeast corner, and they're building the house that Trey designed that y'all saw. And can I read to you their letter?
Sure.
Okay. Dear Ms. Picarello, we are the owners of a house and a parcel adjacent to the above mentioned property. We understand that there is some objection to the height of a wall section for this project that has been designed by Stephen Belly for Lisa Landy and Jose Gonzalez. Please know that we support the wall heights as designed by Mr. Belly. The compound that comprises the addresses from 207 through 213.5 Delgado would benefit by these elevations as drawn and submitted. Like so many other high-density mini neighborhoods in Santa Fe, we are sensitive to visual and sonic transmissions from home to home. For our two properties at 211, where we live, and 213 Delgado, where we will be building another home, we believe it beneficial and valuable for these wall heights to be approved. We would be delighted to discuss this matter with you if you believe it would be of assistance. Respectfully, Jerry Meyer and Nina Zingale. And so I think that speaks to the fact that within these little dense pocket neighborhoods that have these shared driveways that go off of Delgado, there's one after another down the road. I think there's a great desire to have harmony achieved within the neighbors' relationships by having those yard walls.
Okay, thank you. And I do have to point out that obviously you want to higher walls, so your emphasis was on high walls. There are, as we all know, lower walls within that streetscape. There's even lower walls. There's a low wall to the neighbor across from where you're going to be building. The one that was built. There's where the carport is.
Right. That's the house that the neighbors live in. The letter that I just read.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Member Larson.
Thanks. Yeah, I have noticed that the board has really taken the full effect of the streetscape to consideration. I think that it's extremely important for us to really consider the weight of the decisions we make based on design, just for the overall preservation and harmony of the district. So I have a really difficult time when, all of us are sort of, having negative feelings about a certain height allowance. I really think that is, with good reason. We have observed throughout the years, sort of this raising of yard walls over time that is really, contemporary to Santa Fe. So I think that we all really appreciate when something can really flow into the district a little bit more, harmoniously. So I also, I understand and appreciate the description of your strategy for, I think you said it was jogging the wall, staggering it in a way. But I do think, it is a little bit harder to visualize with the SketchUp model. It comes off as pretty jagged. So that's also, making it more difficult for me to visualize it, if that makes more sense. So I think those are the only thoughts that I have. And I look forward to hearing everyone else's comments.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Is it appropriate for me to ask the public on this?
I don't see why not. I think we're reconsidering the earlier vote.
Okay, so I see two hands that are up and there's, I don't know if this is for this particular case. I have a Lauren O and Stephanie Beninato. Would you please swear in Stephanie Beninato? And by the way, you indicated that Stephanie was a member at large. She is a member of the public. Thank you, Mr. Belli. Stephanie, if
Okay.
you can swear her in, Melissa.
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Stephanie Beninato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I have to say that I'm a little bit surprised that you're even reconsidering this because in fact, somebody went on vacation and instead of delaying the hearing for a couple of weeks, had somebody else do it and now seemingly was unhappy with the presentation. The other thing is that in the compounds, you know, lots of compounds like Plaza Chamisal, for example, there are no interior walls around buildings. If they are, they're like 2 or 3 feet high, so that you are actually a member of the compound. And I can see putting an 8-foot wall perhaps around the compound, but not around each building within the compound, because instead of being in a compound, you are in a silo. And that's how I feel that this is going to create a silo effect, and that it sets a precedent where every house in a compound has to have an 8-foot wall. And really, I'm sorry that somebody might have to see part of a garage over a 6-foot wall, but you can also landscape and put trees and large bushes that will totally obliterate the rest of that little bit of a garage that you might see. The other thing is, if you had to lower the wall down, you certainly don't need the shutters. When you're talking about this 6 to 8 foot high coyote fencing, I think my understanding is that the slope is such that really it will look 8 feet high all the way across. It's not going to be dropping 8 feet, 6 feet, 8 feet, 6 feet. It's going to be, because of the slope, it will be visually 8 feet. And I do think it's really important that the board pays attention to the harmony, not just from the neighbor across the way, but for the whole entire streetscape. And I do agree with the members who are opposed to continually raising walls, because I really have to wonder how an 8'2" wall got there. And then to use a high wall over a gate as if that was the height of the entire wall, I think is a little bit misleading. I'm not saying it's intentional, but I do think that it misleads the record to think that the whole wall was 8 feet. And some of those photos, like on the dirt side of Alameda, I'm sorry, but I go down there and I don't really think that they're 8 feet, especially the one with that gate, that white gate, that doesn't even look close to 8 feet to me. So again, I would urge you to maybe compromise a little bit here, but certainly not to allow 8 feet tall walls to create silos within a compound. If you want to live in a compound, you should be willing to know and relate to your neighbors rather than wall yourself in, making it much more likely to be burglarized and very much likely to be creating silos. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Stephanie. And we have Lauren O. Is this person wanting to speak in reference to this project? And you are muted.
No, sorry. I'm just tuning in because I'm one of the later people.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak? It appears not. I'll take it back to the board. Member Larson.
Could I respond to Member Larson and Stephanie Beninato?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say briefly that that I think there have been buildings here for a very long time that had high yard walls. I don't think it's just a matter of people are now, as a contemporary way of responding to Santa Fe, building higher yard walls. I mean, one of our favorite buildings in town is the Sena Plaza building where Casa Sena is in Golair. And there was an attitude of, we need a fortress. I mean, that was a long time ago when it was a little more dangerous here. But I think there are buildings all around. You can see up and down Canyon Road where there are walls that are very high. I don't think it's a new thing. I think it's something that is part of the language of this district.
Yeah, the higher walls, I have lived here all of my life, and I lived right there on Camino de Montesol. And yeah, now Santa Fe is identified with high walls, but they started, I believe the high walls started back in probably more so in the 60s, 70s, 80s. They continue to this day. And I personally feel, and thank you, Mr. Belli, for your presentation. And I know that you're representing your clients and trying to do your best job there. But I do feel that the high walls in this area are not in harmony. If you look at, for instance, like Stephanie said at Plaza Chamizal, they have some low walls there. And I remember projects in Plaza Chamizal wanting to make more walls, and the board felt that that was not in harmony with Plaza Chamizal, so they were not allowed. And so Plaza Chamizal remains almost wall-less within the compound. And I just feel like you're going to put up a high wall here, or you're proposing to put up high walls, and then easier for the next guy to put a high wall within that compound. I don't understand, because you are the owners of the property are really far back from the street.
I think it, sorry if I can comment on that. I think it might have something to do with the fact that their garden and their house are completely surrounded by the shared driveway and the emergency truck turnaround, and then the driveway on the neighbor's side of it where Trey designed something. So they have driveway all around them. And there are, cars that'll go by, not a whole lot of cars, but the cars that'll go by. I think the privacy is felt because of the nature of how dense the compound is.
And do you feel that your owners they definitely want that privacy almost all the way around the property?
Well, we do. Let me see if I can pull up something right quick here. Here we go. The site plan. So this is our site. Let me show you the broader context. Okay, so Debbie lives up here. Billy lives here. We drive through between their two houses. Sally and Ivo are here. Jerry and Nina are here and are building here. So this is my client's property, but this stretch of it all around here is all given over to the shared driveway. So their property is actually reduced by 1/3 because of the shared driveway and the emergency truck turnaround. So we tried to just hold on to as much garden as we could around this side, but we'd like it to be private. And my hope is that, considering that there's a 6'10" to 8-foot wall across this driveway right here, that we could be allowed to do the same thing that they were allowed to do. And that seems appropriate to us within this compound. Even if Plaza Chamizal has lower yard walls, we have high yard walls. Now, Jerry and Nina living back here, they're set back further. They're the ones who have the carport. And they're set back further. They will gain some privacy once Trey's U-shaped house is built here around that courtyard. But we have just driveway all around us.
Okay, let's see what the board wants to do here.
Yeah.
Member Larson, did you have something further?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond, and I understand what Mr. Belli is saying about yard walls being very traditional to Santa Fe, but I would also argue that throughout the 20th century, we did see a shift from the previously defensive architecture of the Spanish colonial era, and we see more residential development. So I think that's really important to distinguish between the building types that we're acknowledging, and also acknowledge that this is, just a common topic that we've been discussing on the board, especially with Chair Rios being a Santa Fe expert and really emphasizing the importance of regulating yard wall height. Thanks.
Thank you. So board members, this time we come to the point where I entertain a motion. And I need a,
Madam Chair, I believe there's a motion on the floor that wasn't voted on, and that was the motion to
the motion
rescind.
to rescind. That's true. Thank you, Melissa. There is a reason we have that wonderful Melissa there, because she's on top of it. We do have a motion and a second to rescind the prior motion in this case. May we take a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Member Beachside,
Yes.
okay, Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion to rescind has been approved.
Thank you. And thank you for calling that to my attention, Melissa. Now we need another motion for approval of, for whatever you are going to approve. I'll give you a second to digest what we have been discussing. And if someone can make a motion. Let me see. I've yet to see a hand up. Member Benvenue.
Okay, I'll make a motion that in case 2021-004457 HDRB 2131.5 Delgado Street, I move to approve the project as submitted with the condition that the north facing wall not exceed 6.5 feet in height as proposed by the applicant, with the exception of the pilasters, which can be slightly taller in proportion, not to exceed 7 feet.
Katz seconds.
Who seconded?
Katz.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Madam Chair, may we have some discussion?
Please.
Sorry to prolong this, but I do think we have rarely approved yard walls in front of a house greater than 6 feet. I think that, I know it's just 5 inches, but I think 6 feet is sort of the highest I would be willing to go. And that's still a very tall wall, especially for the front of the house. I don't think that we have routinely approved things greater than 6 feet.
Yeah. Angela, what's the length of that wall? Do you know offhand? Can you unmute? Angela?
Chair Rios, I do not know the length of that offhand.
I'll ask Mr. Belly. Mr. Belly?
Okay, you can hear me now, right?
Yeah, what's the length of the north wall?
Of the north wall, okay, so
The
all of
length.
the, okay, so it's well, depends how you measure, but 48 feet. I mean, it jogs, so there's different segments, but overall it's about 48 feet. The part that faces Delgado is 8 feet.
Okay. Member Benvenue, in light of Member Beachside's comments, did you want to make any changes to your motion?
Well, I can't speak to what we've historically done, but if it's a fact that it's been rare at best to ever approve a wall height in excess of 6 feet, I would be willing to modify the motion to indicate that as its maximum height.
And the second would agree to that.
And that is 6 feet on the north side or all the way around?
I believe that was, the applicant was suggesting all the way around, correct?
Okay, so 6 feet all the way around?
North
Go ahead.
and west is the publicly visible part.
North and west are what we're talking about, yes.
Yeah.
And then I'm sorry, let's see, the east side is also 6 feet, 10.5 inches, 10 3/4 inches. Is that what you're approving? I believe that's what let's see, no, that's the east. I'm really sorry, what's the west? Okay, let me see. I think that we have to be clear in this application. So Member Benvenue, if you can go north, east, west, south, name please indicate the heights.
Okay, well, then I'll need to know from the applicant. The ones I was focused on were north and west, the publicly visible that I understood to be now being restricted to, the applicant proposed 6.5 feet, and we've just modified that to 6. I don't recall what the application states for the wall on the east side.
Okay, the one on the south is anywhere from 6 to 8 feet. And the wall on the east side is, I believe he said 6 feet, 10 inches, 10 3/4.
Can the applicant address that?
Sure. Yeah. Chair Rios is right that the coyote fence on the south, we were proposing to be between 6 and 8 feet, and that would be measured wherever it is. So as the land slopes, it's still between 6 and 8 feet. It's not doing something just horizontal.
We're wanting to know the east side.
Okay. And then the east side is 6 foot 10 3/4. And the north that we proposed was 6 foot 6 with a 7 foot height just at the pilasters around the entry gate. And that would mean that the west was also 6 foot 6 because it's the same wall that wraps that corner that we see from the street.
So on the east side, it's almost 7 feet.
Yes, on the east side facing a neighbor away from Delgado.
Member Benvenue.
Well, okay, so my motion is then that the application be approved on condition that the north wall not exceed 6 feet in height, other than the pilasters, which shall not exceed, I guess now we'll be at 6.5 feet, that the west wall shall not exceed 6 feet. The coyote fence on the south side can be approved as submitted with the 6 to 8 foot heights, and the east side can be approved as submitted with this 6 foot 10 3/4 inch height.
Okay, anything else? Any other amendments? Okay, let's have the roll call vote.
Well, I think we need to second then, because
I had
that's a
seconded
modification.
and I had approved the change from the original
Yeah.
motion.
Member
Okay.
Katz had approved. A roll call vote, please.
Sorry, Madam.
Was somebody?
Did Chair Katz second the modified motion?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Katz, Vice Chair Katz.
I think Member Beachside wants to comment.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Member Beachside, you have your hand up. And you're muted.
Sorry about that. I just because it was an issue last time, I want to make sure that we have a complete record. So just for the record, I'd like to say that, I don't know that the board has never approved greater than 6 feet walls. This board has not in front of a house. And I do think in this particular case, in the interest of harmony in a neighborhood that's historic, that has bordering, contributing houses, that it's important for the front of the house to communicate with its neighbors in some way, and not just from the garage or the corner of the house. And that is the reason why we are advocating for a slightly lower wall, still quite tall at 6 feet. I think that's a fair compromise, and appreciate the applicant's willingness to do that.
Anything further?
No.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside? Member Beachside?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay, thank you. Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, it's only 7 o'clock now on one case. Whoa. Okay, we will go to the next case, which is located at 111 Delgado. And this is a contributing building, case 2021-004458. And this is Angela's case. May we hear it, please?
Yes, Chair Rios, and I need to share my screen, if you can see it. Oh boy, what did I do? All right, it's showing me something I've never seen before. Okay, share screen. Okay, you can see this?
Yes.
Sorry, it's technical difficulty on this end. Okay, you could see these. Are you seeing those slides?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so this case is at 111 Delgado Street in the downtown and East Side Historic District. As Chair Rios stated, it's contributing, and the board previously designated or redesignated it contributing and designated primary facades. There's a primary facade diagram coming in these slides. For now, just to orient you all, this is the site, this is East Palace, and this is Alameda. This is the front of the house. This is the west elevation. This is considered a primary facade, and this is considered a primary facade. This is more of the house, and this is the contributing yard wall. And to orient you, for those of you who weren't on the field trip, part of the proposal relates to this bridge, which is parked on. It's used as a way for the residents of this and the next door neighbors to park. So this is the condition at the house. The houses, I mean, they're parked on the bridge. This is the existing wall location. Okay, so this is the existing and proposed site plans. Now to orient you, north is this way. Front of this is the yard. This is the yard. And the applicant is proposing 4 items. And the first one is on this west facade that's primary, changing a window to a door. This is a small addition on a north elevation that is non-primary. And this is a small courtyard wall within this little cove. This is the floor plan. It's currently 3 units, soon to be 1 single family residence. This is the facade diagram in my early days on this job. I think Nicole helped with this one. These are the primary facades. This is north, so the yard is this way. So this is primary, and this south is primary. And this, that's really the front of the house. That number 7 is primary. And this northern section is primary. Just to jog your memory. So I've got the floor plan, and then the floor plan again showing where the changes are. It's rather small, so I'm going to read from my site plan now. Excuse me, my staff report. So this is a 2,800 square foot single story building in the Spanish Pueblo Revival style with the flat roofs and parapets. It's set back from the property line at Delgado. Most of it's in the south, the footprint's in the southeast corner. The low stucco yard wall is about 4 feet to 3 feet 8, runs along the west boundary of the project, and property is considered contributing because it's at least 50 years old. The applicant now returns to make the following changes, which is to convert the center window on the west elevation. This is existing. This is existing window. This is the door that's proposed, French doors and an overhang. It will be elongated, not widened, and the French doors will match French doors elsewhere in the house. And then adding a stoop and what they're referring to as an eyebrow will overhang above the French doors. This is that's that elevation. I want to go to the addition, which is on the north elevation. As you face it, this is the existing condition, and the small addition will be added on here. It's a non-primary facade. Here's how it's visible from the street, the west. This is set off 10 feet from this primary facade, this addition. The applicant proposes to replace all windows in kind. The existing windows are historic true divided light casements and vary in condition. The applicant has photos of each of the windows that I did not include in this long slideshow presentation. The applicant also proposes to raise the roof 8 to 12 inches as it may be required for drainage in this structure. It's very old and very low ceilings. So that's part of this proposal. And the yard wall part of this proposal, these are more pictures of the house. There's a condition of one of the windows. Okay, so this is the Delgado Street. This is parking on the bridge, which crosses this arroyo. Like all the neighbors down the street, they cross the bridge. These folks want to move the parking places into the lot in this area where they can park here and not park on the bridge. It would push the property line or push the parking back about 18 feet onto the site, onto the yard. The rebuilt portion will match the current height and color of the adjacent walls. So that means they would have to rebuild the historic yard wall in kind and using whatever materials are feasible. Restucco the entire building in color to match. I think it's a Adobe. You can ask the applicant. So the applicant requests 3 exceptions for this proposal. One is to the general design standards for all H districts. And that section is for converting an historic window on a primary facade to a set of doors by changing the opening is not permitted under section 14-5.25 little I. No opening shall be widened or narrowed. The next exception requested has to do with the window replacement per section 14-5.2 large D, the number 1, small a, which states removal of historic materials or alterations of architectural features and spaces that embody the status shall be prohibited. And the third exception request is for partially removing the historically contributing yard wall, which is also per section 14-5.2 D1A, as stated above. The applicant has provided responses to the 3 exceptions, which are in your packet. Staff recommends approval of the proposal as it complies with the general design standards for all H districts and the design standards for the downtown and east side district. Per section 14-5.2E, staff finds that the applicant has met some criteria for exceptions to 14-5.2D1, the general design standards for all H districts, which address historic window alterations and removal of historic material. The board will listen to the testimony provided at the meeting to make the final determination. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Angela, was there an evaluation made of historic windows that are wanting to be replaced?
Chair Rios, the applicant will address that when he comes on.
Okay.
There was not one done.
Any questions for Angela? Board members, it appears not at this time. So let's get the applicant to swear him or her in. Who is the applicant?
Mark Natkin.
Oh, Mr. Natkin, let me see if he is there.
I'm here.
Hi, Mr. Natkin.
Hi.
Let's get you sworn in. Melissa.
Okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Mark Nacton, 1305 Lujan Street, 87505.
Thank you.
Mr. Natkin, good evening, and tell us what you know about this project.
Okay, well, first off, it began by mentioning that this was going to be one unit after all of the renovations. The truth is it's 4 units now, and we're converting it to 3 units, of which the owner will live in one of the units. And that unit that the owner will live in is the one we're proposing to put the set of doors on. It's somewhat interesting because this building on that portion originally had a portal with an entrance door there that was at some point in history filled in. And so now the only way into that unit is around the corner in the back. And it's somewhat inconvenient. And also one of the reasons for is basically safety, because anybody can be hiding behind that corner when you're coming home at night. So having a more formal entry again on that portion of the house, we feel stays in context with the neighborhood. And as far as the parking goes, you know, the other homes on Delgado do have bridges, but they don't park on the bridges. It's just the access to the driveway. And there's very little street parking. So what we're proposing is that they don't park on the bridge, because when there's 3 cars on that spindly bridge, it's a little bit disconcerting. And to have it on the property feels a lot more secure and safe. So that's why we're proposing to move the wall back just enough to get the cars in there. Otherwise, the rest of the stuff is basically maintenance issues. We have, the need for stucco, and all of the wood windows are in really poor condition. We didn't do a professional assessment, but I've been doing this for a long time, and I just looking at them now, you can see that they don't have a lot of life left in them, and I don't think any amount of restoration is going to improve their function. And obviously, since the other units are rentals, having some good egress windows, because some of these windows don't even function, would be very important. And lastly, that addition on the back, that unit has no storage whatsoever, or room. So we're simply taking advantage of what little space we can add to the building. And that's all based on setbacks. So while it may look a little skinny and small, it's very useful space to the owner. And that's pretty much it. We did mention raising the parapets. We would like to avoid doing that, but it may be necessary because of the way the water is draining right now and the way the roof is ponding up there. We need to create a better slope. So we may be forced to ask to get anywhere between 8 and 12 inches higher just to get a proper flow, so it drains properly. And aside from that, the owner is available here, and I think she should also chime in about her needs, but I'll take questions now.
Okay, if the owner is going to comment, we'll get her sworn in, but how old is that bridge?
I don't know personally. We never researched it, but if you did the field trip, you can see that it's old. As far as the timbers go, the owner might be able to answer better when it was built, but I don't know.
And in reference to the windows, are they in worse shape interiorly or exteriorly, or both?
Pretty much both. A lot of the panes are just held in place by caulking because the window divides themselves are falling apart. So the slot in which the glass sits no longer exists, and some of them are basically hanging off the hinges, and the wood is dry rotted. I do woodwork at home. I would never want to attack those windows personally, and I do understand they have character, and we're proposing to replace them with something exactly the same, just a modern window with modern insulation and the same colors, and we don't want to change the character of the building at all.
You are proposing wood windows?
Well, clad, obviously, because we would like to see it, be maintenance free as well.
So metal clad?
Metal clad, wood on the inside.
On the inside, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And also, what is the height of the interior ceilings?
They vary. When I went through and measured room by room, it really depends on the unit you're in, but anywhere from 7 to 8 feet, depending on the rooms. So they're fairly, low ceilings. The building does have a crawl space, except for the portion that I mentioned in front, which used to be a portal that has a concrete floor. And but yeah, it really needs to be stabilized. The roof is fairly weak right now.
And so you are proposing perhaps to raise the parapet by 8 to 12 inches?
Yes, only if necessary. We just want to have the approval in place so that if once the old roof is torn off, if we don't have enough height to get a decent slope up there, then we would like to just be able to have the freedom to raise it to whatever limit you guys approve. And from my experience, it's nice to have a little bit of play between 8 and 12 inches. 8 inches would be probably sufficient, but 12 would, give us a safety net.
Okay, Member Larson has something to ask or say.
Yeah, thank you. I have an issue with this consideration that we would replace every window not in kind. I think it's pretty undeniable that replacing wood windows with aluminum clad windows would drastically alter the character of this building. I find it to be troublesome that we have a few photos of details, but we don't have a window assessment done, or visible to me, at least in the packet here. So I would ask the applicant, have you considered the pricing out of repairing these windows rather than a full replacement? I would advocate that if these windows were assessed professionally, that perhaps it would cost less than repairing all of these, not only now, but in the long term. And it would also preserve the character of the building, which would be extremely at risk if these were replaced in full. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Larson. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Member Larson that we really need to have a window assessment, and I have the same feeling about the parking on the bridge. It sure looks strong to me. It doesn't look any less strong than it looked probably 38 years ago when I first parked on that bridge. And I virtually, except for one house, all of the other houses on that side of the street have a wall right at the far side of the arroyo. And I think that I don't see why that's a hardship. I don't see what the hardship is. If in fact there needs to be a replacement of some part of the bridge, well, you know, I guess you're not worried about driving the cars over, and you weren't planning to replace that. There's also plenty of room for a handicap place there with wheelchair, because there's a walkway right next to the 3-slot car park on the bridge, and that can be made the same level as the bridge very, very easily, as you can tell in the photographs. And I also have a problem with the, I don't see what the hardship is to have the door where it is. You have 2 other units, and all of the people entering in those 2 other units, they're going back there. And if it's a question of light or something to make it safe, I don't see that as the hardship. So I have some problem with what's being proposed. Thank you.
Can I chime in?
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
Well, because we're converting from 4 to 3 units, the 2 other units have the doors in that little alleyway in the back there visible from the street. It's just that one door around the corner, and we are proposing to convert that little corner into a private patio space for that new front unit. And that's also part of the reason that we're introducing that on the plans, that fence. As far as the parking hardship goes, it's because we do have no accessibility for guests even to park out there on top of it all. And when you mentioned the bridge being strong enough, sure, it's fine to cross over the bridge, but we're putting the weight of 3 cars on there, you know, sitting on that bridge at all times at night. So that is something to consider too. So it's the dead weight. It's not the weight that's traveling over the bridge. And as far as the windows go, a compromise could be that we do wood on the outside instead of clad. They're doing such good finishes these days with paint that this modern paint that wouldn't be nearly as high maintenance as trying to maintain something that's already rotten. So, and as far as the expense goes, I've been doing this for about 30 years now. I've been in Santa Fe, and I've never seen the window repair costs actually be better than actual replacement as far as cost goes. It's always a lot more to restore a window. So I'll leave it at that. And then I can also, like I said, put the owner on to give her ideas.
Thank you. board members, any other board members have any other comments? Member Larson?
Yeah, just one more comment, and that is, as preservationists, I think we're on this board specifically, we are very concerned about the maintenance of character. So point A would be to say that this full replacement of windows would drastically alter the integrity of this building. And I think, and staff may be able to clarify that that would alter the status of this building, which is currently contributing. And secondly, I think that, on this board, we work really well to try and preserve as much as we can as far as materials go. Not only do we want to try to minimize the impact to landfills, construction materials going to the landfill is a huge detriment in Santa Fe for things that could otherwise be repaired or replaced in kind when needed. So for me, I want to make an extremely informed decision when we're considering Santa Fe's architecture as far as the environmental impact goes. So those are just two further points that I have to make. And I think we should really stress a thoughtful consideration of preserving, if not all, then most of these windows and replacing at the very minimum needed. And to do that, we really need an in-depth assessment. So I appreciate the professional opinion of the applicant, but I am just trying to input why I feel this way and why it's important to advocate for window preservation. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Larson. Member Katz, did you have something further?
Yeah, I just wonder why we bother going through the exercise of identifying houses that are historic and worthy of preservation and identifying the facades that are contributing. If, oh, we would like our entrance to be over here, is enough to defeat that. There have been 3 cars parking on that bridge for probably the last 40 years at least. Is there something wrong with it all of a sudden that it doesn't hold up? And if so, certainly a wooden bridge has held up for 40 odd years that I know of. And, where's the evidence that there is an issue on that? We have nothing. And that's a contributing wall, and it's a contributing wall not only because of its gorgeousness, okay, I'm being facetious there, but because it is the marker of that line, and that's all down that street. So I just really have a problem with handing out exceptions when there really isn't the basis for the variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Beachside.
Yeah, just to agree with some of the other board members who have spoken. I really don't think we should be hearing applications for the wholesale replacement of historic windows on contributing buildings with 4 primary facades without a window evaluation. I thought that was a pretty standard requirement for replacing windows not in kind. It's one thing if the windows are deteriorated to the extent that they require replacement, but without that, I don't think we have a basis for changing them out when it's such a characteristic feature of the house. In addition, the exception criteria was found to not be met by the staff. So I don't know why that's come forward. With respect to changing the window to the door on the primary facade, the HICP report mentions that a couple of times, saying that little has changed on that facade, which communicates an intentional design. And it talks about how a near symmetrical display of windows marks the principal west elevation. So without sort of a very valid reason for like egress or something, I don't know why we would consider revising that facade that largely defines this residence from the street. And I think, and just as a general point, when 3 exceptions are requested, that's kind of a red flag that we're changing a lot on this, and we need to sort of like consider it carefully. Are these really required when it's so far from what the code would have us do. Thank you.
I have a question. Can I ask?
Yes,
If we get the window assessment and it supports our wishes to replace the windows, is that enough for the board if the assessment is working for our needs?
well, we'll have to, I think that the way I would answer that is that we'll have to see when that happens. We'll have to hear the evaluation of the evaluator, and the board can go from there.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I would say. Member Benvenue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, yeah, that continuing on that point, I mean, my view is that we just have an insufficient record and insufficient evidence to justify the exceptions, just as simple as that. I mean, they may be justifiable. We've certainly permitted replacement in kind of historic windows when there's an assessment that makes clear that they cannot be repaired. So that may be the outcome here for some or all, but we don't have that record in this case. So we definitely need an assessment. And I would say the same is true for the bridge, that we need some kind of an engineer's report to establish that it's insufficient, if that's the reason that we would be granting the exception.
Yeah, okay. It sounds to me like this is moving towards the postponement, but I want to hear from the board members what they think about the 8 to 12 inch height raising of the parapet. Member Benvenue?
No, I don't have my hand up at this point. I have no particular point of view on that. Thank you.
Member Katz?
Well, again, that's a historic facade, and we don't know whether it's necessary, and I would not be inclined to approve something on the off chance that maybe it is necessary. Let's cross that bridge, pardon the expression, when we come to it.
Okay. The owner would like to speak now. She hasn't raised her hand, but if you want
Okay.
to swear her in.
Who is the owner? What is the name of the owner?
It should be under Nancy Waite.
Let's see, Nancy Waite. Yeah, I see Nancy Waite, but I don't see her hand up. Ms. Waite, can you hear me? Ms.
Okay.
Waite?
I'm here.
Okay, you need to get sworn in.
Okay.
Okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Nancy Waite, 24 Palo Duro, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87506.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Waite, you have the floor. What do you have to tell us?
Thank you. Thank you for listening to me here and also to consider what we're asking. I just like to give perhaps just a little history of my involvement with this property. My parents bought it in 1972, 73. That's at least 50 years ago. And it was alive and well, probably another 50 years before that. I was living in one of the units when my parents bought it. And so I'm quite familiar with it. And then my mother moved into number 113.5. And since early 2000s, I was delegated to look after it for her, which I did. And basically, nothing really much has been done to it, as previously stated. And I have been keeping it as much as I can operating. And it's been having just a lot of patches and work done to it in order to do that. It's very, very old. And my plan on the whole project is to replace water, heating, and electricity, which it needs desperately. And, I know I can answer any questions that you might want to ask about it because, as I said, I'm very intimate with all the repairs that have been done with it, all that needs to be done on it. And I don't want to create this place in order to really make it different. I really want to keep how it is now, but I do want to improve on its safety and reliability for another 50 years. I don't want to keep repairing it because it's not going to really sustain itself in doing that. And on one regard, which is the windows, and I'm more than happy to get it, assessed and looked at. I don't have any qualms with that at all. I think that's very fair. As to the bridge that Mr. Katz, is that your name, Mr. Katz, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Talks about. I have been repairing that bridge ever since I've taken over. It is forever breaking. The planks across it are always having to be replaced. It's quite dangerous when they break under a tire or under a truck that shouldn't be parked on it because it's too heavy. And beforehand, there are 4 units there. And we are only allowed those 3 parking spots. Before, we were allowed to park on the road, but that changed to just 2 hours during the day. They can park there overnight, but they can't park there during the day if they're at home, other than always going out and moving their car. So one of the concessions I thought to do would be to reduce the 4 units to 3 units so that each one would have a parking spot on that bridge. But I was hoping that I could maybe make, in front of the bridge, there's probably about 8 feet before that little wall. And I just wanted to move that wall back a few feet so that the parking people can park on the hard dirt and not on that bridge, that if they do have a guest, that guest could park there or on the street at the 2-hour parking. Everybody, as Mark said, everybody on that street does not park on the bridge that goes across to their property. They park inside behind the walls. And the reason being is because with the rain, the weather, the loads of cars on it, unless it's made of iron or steel, it is always being repaired. And I've got records of, how many planks I've had to have people take up and put down and take up and put down. So the bridge, other than being totally rebuilt, and I don't know what that might entail or cost, even just my next door neighbor has bigger beams on her bridge, but her tenant also parks on her land. It's set back. And one of those big beams broke, and she does not allow anybody to park on it. She has a wire across it so that nobody will. When the tourist season happens in Santa Fe and there's a free parking spot right there nearest to the downtown, everybody's looking for a parking spot. And so they might park on it, which we don't want. And that's why I put that tenant parking sign up there. The next door neighbor has one parking lot on the bridge right there too. And we sometimes can use that, but generally not. That has been turned into an Airbnb. And so we never know when it's being rented or not. So we don't use that. Right now, all the 4 tenants are working, together with each other on who parks their car there, since there's only 3 parking spots. So that's what I want. That's my understanding of this bridge. The what was the next thing too I was going to talk about?
The door.
The door. As I'm going to reduce the 4 to 3 units, the reason being is because I live here outside of Santa Fe in Tesuque, and I'm in my 70s. And I have a special needs child. And at some point, this place is going to be too big for me to run anymore. So I would want to move there to live in one unit, which is the unit that I would love to have the French doors in the front for easy access with my daughter, who's sometimes needs a wheelchair, sometimes does not. And also to have somebody living in one of the other 2 units to help me with her. So that is the plan for this renovation on Delgado. I do not want to, renovate it and turn it over and sell it. I do not want to do that. My parents have owned it for 50 years. I was renting in it before they bought it. I know the windows are forever needing adjustments and repairs and everything. They're very cold. The place is cold because it's pentile. It's hot in the summer, cold in the winter. And I would like to make it to last another 100 years and look as beautiful as it does today. And as to I'd like a front door coming into that property so that it's easy access, going in and coming out from that place. And I would make those doors look exactly like the doors that are already on the 1.5 apartment. They would look just like that. As to raising the parapets, as Mark said, the reason we might be asking for this is because, excuse me, the runoff of the roof most of it runs back into the little patio that belongs to number 113.5, where my mother used to live. And it's a tiny little patio, and it just fills up with water. There's nowhere for it to go but down into the ground. So it has run into the living spaces. It has run under the walls. It needs to be made safer. And in order to do that, we would have to raise the roof on the back of the property so that that would be on the east side of the property. So the water runs to the west and drains off on the west side of the property, where it already does on part of the roof, but that part of the roof needs to be raised to go back. And I know you're not supposed to raise it so you can see it from the street. So that's why I was wondering, perhaps the parapets might need to be raised a little bit so you don't see that raise in the back that would allow the water to run off. So that's about that. I don't know if that makes any sense. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to see if I can answer them.
Ms. Wade, I want to thank you for your comments. I think that owners of properties know their properties best. So it is helpful when the owner speaks. It is helpful to me, and I'm sure it's helpful to the rest of the board. So I appreciate your comments and the fact that you want to preserve the property. You want to remodel it, and you want to preserve it, and you want to live there. So I appreciate your comments. And clarification, did you indicate that only the back part of the property would be raised?
Well, it needs to be, but I don't know exactly how high it might need to be raised in order to get the water flowing the correct way. So just in case that part needs to be raised, that as now, without any parapet raising, you could see that raised part from the street. I understand that's not acceptable. So I'm wondering if that's why we're requesting possible raising of the parapet, so that it would look the same and you would not see that raised roof in the back. Does that make sense?
Yes, Yes, it does. Let me see if any board members have comments, and if not, let's see where I'm going to take this. Board members, do any of you have questions for Ms. Waite or Mr. Natkin? It appears not, and let me see, I have to ask for public comment quickly. Anyone from the public wanting to speak on this project? We have Stephanie Beninato. Stephanie, can you make your comments quick?
Well, I don't know. I've been listening to everybody else repeating themselves about the history of the building, but I'll be as quick as I can. I agree with the board members who say that this is just not enough information, that really it hasn't been justified. I totally agree with Vice Chair Katz that you designated certain facades as primary, but yet now suddenly we need to have this changed, even though, again, there could be other doors that could be open that wouldn't be visible to allow easier access, say, if there was a wheelchair. But it's all really speculative. There is nothing there. We don't know if that the roof is going to be raised, how much it would be raised, whether it would be visible. Certainly you can insulate, certainly you can change your electric and your water and your sewer. You don't need to have the historic say, okay. This is all infrastructure that as an owner of a historic building, you have to anticipate. So if this family's owned it for 50 years and, since the 50s, and this woman, the daughter has been owning it since, but nothing has been done, then I just feel like it's neglect. It's demolition by neglect coming in now trying to justify. And I do also believe your tenant parking sign that tells people not to park on the street in front of the building is illegal. Anybody can park on the street. Somebody who owns a property doesn't have a right to designate a parking space on a public right of way. And I'm particularly opposed to having the front facade, the one facing the street, be changed, because I really think that that is that makes the building. That is a statement about the building as well as the wall. And I own a 90-year-old building too, and I'm always repairing things in it and on it. And it's just part of what you assume when you own an old house. You are going to have to repair it, and it is repair. You're not going to knock down a good adobe wall. You might have to insulate it. You might have to seal the windows. And of course, if they came in with a window assessment, I'm sure you would fairly assess that. Same for the bridge. People have been using those bridges for a long time. I had a portal that somebody made. I was always replacing parts of the portal because it really wasn't done very well. But again, I think that what's being asked is speculative. And that it hasn't been justified. And I do agree too, if you need 3 exceptions, it's a big red flag. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, you ready to make a motion? Member Larson?
Well, could I speak further, please? May I? Is that allowed?
Yes, if you can make it quick.
I'll try. I couldn't understand everything that Stephanie said, but according to my experience with the bridge, there have been tenants that have stepped out of their car onto the bridge and it has broken and they have fallen through, not the whole body, but part of it. It's a constant vigilance that is needed to make sure that that bridge is good. And we've repaired the beams underneath it too. It is an old bridge and it does need constant work. And I don't know what else to say other than I don't want to be sued down the road when a tenant, injures himself or herself on the bridge. And so my solution is to move it in. That doesn't mean they can't park on it, but that means that they are not, the car is not sitting on it all the time. So, and I don't know if I understood Stephanie totally, completely. And I have been patching that place up. I have been repairing it all the time. The windows, the doors, the locks, I would be happy to show Mr. Katz the place if he would like to see it, since he knows it quite well. and to just show how it is, or any of you I'd be happy to do so. Like I said, I don't want to change the feeling or the contributing part of it that is in Santa Fe. I do want to make it look beautiful, be safe, and livable for years and years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Larson?
Thank you. And also thank you to the applicant for making it very clear sort of what the goals and motivations are of your ownership of this property. I think that it's really helpful, like Chair Rios said, to hear the perspective of the applicant. I think in this case, I really agree with my fellow board members that we really need more evidence, more information, and more visual information, specifically more photographs and analysis to really make an informed decision here. I would also advocate, if you are going to not replace the windows in kind, if that is the motivation, that should be specified in the scope in the packet. I have a really hard time, again, accepting that we would approve a not in kind replacement without full consideration of alternatives. So moving forward, I give the advice to have a window assessment done and to have a effort to preserve as much as you can of that historic fabric. So if it's all right, I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
So in case 2021-004457-HDRB 213.5 Delgado Street, I move that we postpone the.
Let me, the address is actually 111 Delgado and the case number is 004458.
I apologize, I was looking up the wrong tab.
Go right ahead.
So in 2021-004458 HDRB 111 Delgado Street, I move that we postpone the application due to not having enough evidence, and the postponement should be to a date certain, if possible, or we can discuss an appropriate date.
And can you be a little bit more specific in terms of what is needed in the assessment?
Yes, we will need a assessment of material integrity of the windows, so historic window assessment, as well as an assessment of the bridge, materials and integrity. And I would also suggest that the applicant should specify the window numbers in the assessment and which windows should be replaced or repaired based on that report. Is that clear?
Clear, yes. Is there a second to this motion?
Chatswood second. And add, if I might, the thought that, we don't know. I'm not saying that the things that the owner wants to do are out of line if there's the evidence to justify it. And I have no idea what rebuilding the bridge would be, but getting some idea of that cost. I don't think cost is irrelevant. I think that it's foolish for us to say, oh, it's historic, therefore you're stuck. No, I think cost is relevant, but knowing what that cost is also relevant. And so it would be good to have that information if the judgment is that parts of it need to be rebuilt or all of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Madam Chair, as
Yes,
a point of order, the postponement has to be to a specific date. So we need to set that date and
I need help from staff with that date.
Madam Chair, the first hearing in January is reserved for administrative matters, although we have postponed 2 cases already to that particular hearing that could not be heard tonight for various reasons. Now, I would also ask, is it feasible to have these assessments done by the 11th date, the January 11th date, before we state them?
Can the applicant answer that? I think the applicant is gone. Let me see. Oh, Mr. Natkin, can you have your application ready by January the 11th? Getting the assessment done of the window assessment and the bridge assessment as well. Can you unmute Mr. Natkin?
Sorry,
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'll try again.
Okay.
Okay. Knowing how busy everybody is in the industry right now, because I'm trying to get projects built and everybody's behind, and also trying to get on somebody's schedule, I think that would be too risky to try to get into that next meeting. I would say the very following meeting would be the better choice. That would give us time to really put together a very detailed study.
Okay.
That would be January 25th.
25th. Okay, so that motion is to date certain of January 25th.
Right. That should give.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Madam Chair, we already took the roll call vote and it passed.
We did.
Yes. Attorney Rubelid was just asking for the specific date,
Okay.
unless we need a motion for the specific date.
No, I saw that member Bienvenu was nodding yes. Okay.
do we all agree that the motion should incorporate that date? Is it unanimous? We can just amend the motion to put that date, but the Open Meetings Act does require a postponement to be to a specific date.
Can I just pull the board?
That would be, I think that'd be sufficient.
Member Bienvenu,
Yes.
member Katz,
Yes.
member Beachside,
Yes.
member Larson.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you on the 25th. Woof. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be here till midnight. Next case, which is the third case under old business, is 2021-004459. This is located at 847 Old Santa Fe Trail. And it's Angela's case. Angela, may we hear the case, please?
Thank you, Chair Rios. I had a different case queued up. Pardon me. I thought. Yes, okay.
Yeah, we don't want to skip anybody.
Now my computer's freezing. I don't know if maybe Carly, you could pull up my PowerPoint, because I do have the site, I have the staff report here.
Right, Carly, can you pull up the PowerPoint on this?
I will start pulling it up. It'll just take me a moment.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll keep doing that as well.
Oh, I do believe it's raining. or something. It's hitting
It's
the
raining at my house.
skylight. Mhm. Okay. here
Hey,
we go.
I just got it up on my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So this is the 847 Old Pecos Trail case. The applicant is proposing to add a small addition in the back, not in public view, and add a new garage freestanding. This is a 2,900 square feet Spanish Pueblo revival family residence designated contributing in the downtown and East Side Historic District. It's originally built in the 1930s and it has a 326 square feet freestanding garage. Those structures were designated contributing earlier this year. In a subsequent application, the applicant proposed to construct a new 555 square foot freestanding garage to the west of the existing garage. The board felt that the proposed garage, as proposed, was not differentiated sufficiently from the historic existing garage. So the applicant returns to the board with a proposed garage of a smaller footprint. The applicant has shifted the new building 5 feet north into the property, and I want to make a correction on the record that the property, that it has not been pushed further north. It has been the distance from the street, Old Pecos Trail, and the proposed garage is that was reduced, and so the proposed garage sits 8 feet 6 inches beyond the plane of the existing garage on the south elevation. And I can continue to go through the photos and plans, and then the applicant can speak to this most specifically. This is the front of the house, hard to see because there's a tree, but this is the front of the house contributing. This is the north side, and an addition is proposed for this non-primary facade. This is the site plan. This is a site plan, and so to orient you, Old Pecos Trail is out here. I'm just going to flip through some other, I don't want to take very much time up on all of this. The distance of the new garage is now 94 feet from the front yard wall at Santa Fe Trail. If I've been saying Old Pecos Trail. Its height is 12 feet 6 inches, which is lower than the existing buildings and within the maximum allowable building height within this streetscape, which is 12 feet 10 inches. The finishes will match existing structures, a cementitious buckskin stucco with white trim at the openings. Windows and doors are white, aluminum clad, true divided light wood. Garage door is white paneled steel with 4 insulated glass lights. The applicant wishes to use the existing garage as a studio. The applicant proposes a 500 square foot addition to the north of the main house, which is this on this elevation, this mass here. And this is the addition from the rear north elevation. This is the addition. Or excuse me, this is the yes, that's right. He put it proposed up top. This is existing. Staff's opinion is that the current proposal will not affect the historic status of the main house and buildings. With that, staff recommends approval of the proposal as it complies with the general design standards for all H districts, 14-5.2D, and the design standards for the downtown and East Side Historic District for section 14-5.2E. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. And so the address is 847 Old Pecos Trail. I also said Old Santa Fe Trail. So this proposal on today's field trip was very helpful because I noticed that this is minimally visible. I don't even think that you can see it unless you actually stop right in front of the property. And so it's 94 feet from the front yard wall, correct, Angela?
Yes.
And it's 12, it's way lower than the contributing building, correct?
Correct.
And so, and you said it was not moved further north? I thought it was moved 5 feet further north. We can ask the applicant.
Yeah, I'll have them clarify that. The site plan was really faint. And
so, but at any rate, I think that when the applicant came before the board before, I think that he paid attention to what the board was suggesting, and he's moved it further back. And I think, he's made the garage smaller, and as evidenced at today's site visit, it was, it's not very visible. But board members, do you have any questions at this time for Angela? No questions. Let's swear in the applicant.
Okay, who is the applicant?
Chris Purvis.
Okay. Mr. Purvis, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Christopher Purvis, 518 Old Santa Fe Trail.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chris. What do you have to tell us about your project, the project?
Good evening, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing me to bring this again. I thought that the last time I didn't do a good job of showing the actual relationship between the garage and the rest of the buildings on the site. So by doing this, I hope to clarify that. I also, I just made the garage smaller, 5 feet smaller. So Vice Chair Katz had mentioned he thought it was larger than it should be. So basically made it as small as we could to still fit this large vehicle in, and push that back so that it's doesn't stick as far forward. And as Angela pointed out, it is 95 feet from the entrance to the property. The addition, it's on the back side of a 90s addition. And so that seemed like the only place it could go and not, hinder the history of the property this way. It's an addition on an addition, and it's limited in size because the 90s addition already used up most of the allowed increase in square footage. Trying to think about, I don't think, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Chris. Let me see.
Madam Chair.
Attorney Rubalik.
Yeah. I'm a bit confused. Maybe the confusion is solely my own. The agenda reads 847 Old Santa Fe Trail.
It is Old
Madam
Santa
Chair,
Fe.
it is 847 Old Santa Fe Trail.
Okay, and so I've heard several references to Old Pecos Trail. This is, we are talking about Old Santa Fe Trail, right?
Yes, Old Santa Fe Trail, and it was in my PowerPoint only where that mistake is.
Okay.
Old Pecos
Sorry,
Trail.
okay, so it is 847. Thank you for clearing that up.
Old Santa Fe Trail, yeah.
She had said Pecos and I had said Santa Fe, and so I thought it was, anyway,
Santa.
it is 847 Old Santa Fe Trail.
Old Santa Fe Trail, correct.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the advantages of our going on field trips is we can actually see whether it's visible or not, and where the garage is proposed is completely visible. And there seems to be a tendency, yeah, I mean, that's where the carport is, and boy, you sure can see it. And with the west facade or the south facade view of the entire building that Chris showed, it's a lot bigger than what's there. And I understand that it needs to be bigger because they have a big van that needs to go in, and I'm not against that at all. But it was locked when we came there, so we couldn't actually see what's behind where that carport is. I was told that the new garage would be several feet further north than the current studio. And that's obviously not correct. It's in fact further south than the current studio. And I was wanting to know what's in back of it. Why can't it be further back so it just at least leaves the historic portion of the structure at least more prominent than the taller garage? Is there a problem with that, Chris?
Vice Chair Katz said that she's got a garden and she has an old gardening shed in there now. But that's, so it's her garden. Once you get past that coyote fence, that's where it is. I did ask about pushing it further back, and my client was a little resistant to that idea because she's developed it into a garden. But I thought by pushing it, I mean, I did push the front part of it back 5 feet by just making the garage smaller.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry that we didn't get to see where that garden was and sort of the layout of it, but you know, it may be a sacrifice that she needs to make in order to have, you know, it's not just a garage, it's a tall garage. And I understand the need for it, and that's fine, but it is awful prominent in my view. Thank you.
I don't know, and I share the opposite view of Member Katz. Today, I just felt that you could not see it that much. It's going to go where that carport is. And unless, because Chris, isn't there a wall in front there and then there's a gate?
Right, this photograph is taken at the level of the gate.
Right.
So this is what you see. It's very
But
visible.
But you practically have to stand in front of the property and be at a standstill. If you're driving by there, I don't think that you're going to see that.
People still.
Plus, I agree with staff that it is, I don't think it's far away enough from the house and the garage that I don't feel that it's going to have an impact. That is my opinion, that it's going to have an impact on the historic house. Do other board members have an opinion? I'm not seeing any hands raised. So I don't see any hands raised, so I'm going to take it to public comment. Stephanie Beninato.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. I too have the same question that Vice Chair Katz has about the garage. I'm not really clear how visible it is. I mean, you can see it, and again, this thing of like, well, if you're driving by, that is not the criteria for judging whether this meets the harmony setbacks, et cetera, because if you're driving by anything, you're not going to see much in the couple of seconds that you drive by a property that's 100 feet long or whatever it would be. So the question is it visible from the street when you're standing in front of the property? If it's yes, then is it sufficiently set back from the contributing facade, or excuse me, the primary facade of the contributing part of the building? And I think we've had this discussion before, I may be wrong, about the garden, how they didn't want to do the garden, or maybe that was another property where they wanted to do a carport for an RV. And they wanted it to be visible from the street because they didn't want to ruin the garden. And I understand old gardens. I have gardens and I've been working on them on this property for 16 years. So, but sometimes you have to make a choice. And I would think it would be better to put the newer proposed garage back from the existing structure so that it's clearly separate and also less visible. Thank you.
Thank you. There appear to not be any further public comment. We'll take it back to the board. Board members, let's see. Member Katz has his hand up.
I would make a motion
Let's hear it.
unless someone wants to discuss before I do that. My motion would be in case number 2021-004459 HDRB at 847 Old Santa Fe Trail is to approve the garage with the condition that it be 5 feet further north than the current studio. The face of the garage be 5 feet north than the south face of the current studio.
Is there a second to this motion?
Larson seconds.
Is there anything further?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Chris.
just a question for Vice Chair Katz. Are you including the addition in your approval? The addition to the main house?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, it wasn't clear. Yes, and including the addition to the main house. Thank you.
May we have a roll call vote?
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
I would approve the application as submitted, so I'll vote no.
okay, Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move to the last case under old business, which is 2021-004354, located at 914 Canyon Road. This is Daniel's case.
Good
Daniel?
evening, board and chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to try and share my screen. See if I can make it a little bit bigger. Whew. So 914 Canyon Road is a single family residential structure. The board heard a case regarding this house in November, and it was postponed for redesign. To refresh your memory, we were looking at, in particular, a grill in the front wall that was meant to be integrated, and the board argued that it didn't meet the district design standards. The applicant is now returning with a slightly changed application. Now you can see here that the opening has been removed from the application, as well as a trellis that was originally destined for this northwest corner. Other than that, the application is pretty much the same. There's a trellis here that's planned. It does require an exception because it attaches to a primary facade. The reason for that is pretty straightforward, which is that it needs to be anchored vertically, horizontally to the wall. To anchor it vertically via a post would mean basically having a post right in front of the door or very close to it, which would encumber a very narrow entryway. Other than that, there's this reconfiguration of an existing door. Here, this door. And in the rear, fireplace and other smaller items. A new opening in the rear of the structure. The staff recommends that the exception criteria have been met and finds that the application otherwise conforms or meets the general design standards for the district.
Thank you, Daniel. Any questions for Daniel, board members, at this time? Member Katz.
Yeah, Daniel, what is the pergola or whatever it's called, portal made out of?
It's metal. I believe it's steel. It's meant to it will be colored in such a way that it blends with the neighborhood. Be a shiny steel.
And it's going to be what
Do you
color?
know what color? it
Black.
would be?
It's a very dark color, almost black. Kind of a dark brown. It's almost black.
Dark brown?
Yeah, I mean it's like so brown that it's almost black.
Oh, okay. Anything further, Member Katz?
Yes, I assume that both the top and the posts are steel.
That's my understanding, yes.
How do we get by the, well, what is it?
It's to hold up this large vine that's on the property. I'm not sure if you can see it in this photo. Maybe perhaps you remember that there's a large vine that that climbs over the entryway.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Katz, Daniel, aren't the post wood and wood corbels there?
I have just here in my text that it will be a metal trellis, but maybe we should clarify with the architect.
Okay. I mean, I have a problem with the posts not being wood because the code requires them to, but maybe they are, so we'll hear from them and figure it out.
Okay, and the applicant is, I don't think.
Richard Martinez?
Right. Would you swear him in, please?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Richard Martinez, 1524 Paseo de Peralta, Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Hi, Richard. What do you have to tell us about this revised project?
We heard the concerns of the historic board at the last meeting, and we responded to those concerns. We have eliminated the opening in the wall entirely and eliminated the portal that was to be behind that hole in the wall with the wooden beam and wooden corbels. What we have left only on this section of the facade is this trellis that is intended to hold up the wisteria vine. Could I share my screen?
Yes, please.
You should be able to share screen now.
Yes, okay. I'm sorry, I just closed out of what I was going to share. Hold on just a second. Here they are. I'm sorry, just a second. All right, so it's not a portal, it's a trellis. It's intended to support the vine. This is a close-up where we're showing the vine from the inside of the wall that is in front of the front doorway. This is a photograph from the driveway showing that vine as it goes across that whole wall. The front door is right behind the center of the vine, sort of in line with where the that chimney is shown behind it. This is a drawing that I did that doesn't show the trellis, but shows what you would actually see, which is just the vine just going over the trellis. The trellis is only intended to support the vine, nothing more. It's not intended to be visible. The side of the trellis, the front door is right behind the steps that you see at the bottom of this drawing. So this, if you can see my cursor, it is right behind my cursor. So that is the structure of the trellis, and it leans against the front facade and is attached to the front facade with removable lag bolts. And it's intended only to be a support for the vine, not to be visible in itself. You can just see a little bit of it where it touches the house, because of course, we're not going to have the vine travel over the roof of the house or anything like that. Otherwise, we have removed all of the items that the board felt objectionable, and in the front of the house on Canyon Road, we're intending to have these same garage doors that now slide behind each other, modified, rebuilt, so that they swing, so that this garage can be used for storage of a very small vehicle. It has a low ceiling and it is very short, but it is possible with a small, small electric or some sort of car to actually use that garage as a storage room. With that, I stand for any questions.
And Richard, the trellis is going to be all steel?
All steel, yes, with a dark bronze finish. I included that in my submittal, with a dark bronze finish that is very, very dark brown almost black.
Okay, board members, do you have questions for Mr. Martinez? Member Katz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Martinez. Nice to see you or hear you,
Yes, thank you.
as the case may be. I of course drive by that all the time, and you're right. Wisteria bush is huge and probably wouldn't see any of the trellis. My concern is sometimes plants die. And will the trellis be removed when if the plant, hopefully it won't die, but if it does die?
Yes, I don't see why not. It would be, it's only there to support the vine. So
Yeah.
there's no reason for it.
Okay.
It doesn't have any roof on it or anything like that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Here is the color of the trellis proposed.
Yes.
It looks very black.
Yes.
Okay, Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was actually going to suggest and maybe see if staff thinks this is doable, that if this is approved, that it could be approved on condition that if the vine were removed, that the trellis would have to be removed.
If that's the motion, you are, the maker of the motion can indicate that, actually.
Right. You know, I just wonder if that is enforceable is more my question. I'm happy to make a motion that would incorporate a condition like that if staff would confirm that something like that is enforceable.
Carly, I don't know if you can speak to that. I mean, it relies really on memory.
I'm thinking on it. It is something. It's something. I'm sorry, board chair. I am thinking through on how to flag it in our system. I think that can be done. It's tricky. It requires Gary or, whoever inspector is there in the future to be vigilant and to actually, we can put it in as part of our administrative record and we can put it into our system. But it would likely be caught whenever, or be reviewed whenever the property comes up for another case and another administrative approval or any other sort of permit, because it can be flagged in our system. That's about the only way we can do that.
Okay.
So other than our inspector just knowing to go and check on that.
That makes sense to me. The answer is sort of, if there would be a record of it. So if it was brought to enforcement's attention, then it could be enforced. So that's fine. That satisfies me.
Okay, Member Beachite?
Yeah, I guess I have a similar concern, and I appreciate Richard's explanation of what we would see based on the current state of the vine. But in the future, I think I mentioned at the last meeting, we were very careful about this property when metal was added to provide a railing for the stairs, which wasn't there before, that it was very simple, that it was hidden because my recollection is that the structural stuccoed elements of this house were characteristic and unique, and we wanted to not detract from those. And I think a trellis without a vine would definitely detract from the facade, which is just stucco and curved walls and step down stairs, and metal is not a feature of that. So I think that's, without the vine, this does change the look of the house. And I don't believe an exception is required here, if I remember right, Daniel, that just the small attachment to the house is not considered a change to the primary facade, but this is on a primary facade, and I think it affects the way it presents to the streetscape. So I have real concerns about allowing a trellis, but maybe, Richard, you could tell us what the dimensions are of the metal pieces, like the horizontal piece and then the vertical piece, and then I think there was like 9 or 10 cross pieces. How thick are those?
Yes, primary structural pieces, the ones that go up and across and to the facade, are 2x6 tubes, steel tubes, and across those are 2x2 cross members.
Okay.
That are welded onto those to support the vine themselves. Yes.
And did you look at any sort of more minimal structure that would achieve the same need for structure?
Well, it is minimal. I think that I have achieved that. I mean, this is the smallest. I think this is the smallest members that would achieve the strength and stiffness necessary for a structure like this. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, board members? If not, I'm going to open it for public comment. It's Stephanie Beninato. Stephanie, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I just had to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have a lot of concern about this trellis. In some ways, it almost seems like an excuse for a portal. And I think I'm not sure if it's really attached to the building or separate from the building, number one. And then also, why can't the vine just be cut back so that it's on the wall and not growing so that it needs the trellis? I mean, to me, that's a good solution. You still have the plant, you can enjoy it, but it's not overtaking the building, because it will. And it will always have to be cut back anyway to not grow onto that building. So why not just keep it on the wall that it's overarching at this point? If you would allow the trellis, then I would ask that you have the uprights, the verticals at least, be wood or be surrounded, have a facade of wood, so that at least from the street, because this is very visible from the street, it's not visible. When you're going down Canyon Road, that is the facade that you see. And you may not see the front door, but you are going to see that vine. And I don't mind. I mean, I think it's appropriate to have perhaps metal on top of the trellis, because it needs to support what would be a heavy plant. But I think at least it could appear to be wood on the verticals. And I think in other cases you have asked applicants to put on a wood facade basically around the steel column, or ask them to make a wood column and then put the steel on top. And I'm sure that architecturally and from an engineering point of view, that is quite feasible. Thank you.
Thank you. No other people from the public wanting to comment? I'll take it back to the board. Richard, how soon is that trellis going to be covered, if it's allowed?
How soon is that trellis out? Oh, very soon. As you can see, the vine is really large. It hasn't been taken care of for several years. Yes. So it will happen very soon. Yes. I mean, 2 years, let's say. By the second year, it would be covered.
Did you consider maybe like a lighter color of steel, so perhaps it would look more like wood, rather than one that is so dark that it's black?
No, I hadn't considered that, because I wasn't considering this to be at all visible. It isn't intended to be wood, because it isn't intended to be, or wood looking, because it is intended to be visible.
Okay, let's see what the board wants to do. Member Katz.
Yeah, why can't the whole trellis be wood?
I'm sorry?
Why can't the whole trellis be made out of wood?
Because the connection to the primary facade would be difficult if it was wood. And also, it would be subject to rot because this is under a vine.
How about the posts?
The posts is actually sitting on the exterior wall because the space between the wall and the front door is not very large. It's not intended, again, not intended to sit on the ground, to go to the ground. It sits on the wall. And again, a wood post connection to the wall would be awkward.
All over the place, there are wood posts that come up from a foundation or a wall. I don't understand why it would be awkward.
Because the wall is not very thick. And so the connection from the post to the wall, I just don't, I know that it exists. I just think it doesn't look very nice. If the wall is the same thickness as the post. That's just a aesthetic thing that I consider.
Can you, Richard, can you let us see that elevation again?
Which one?
The one showing the trellis.
Are you asking for the trellis or for the vine?
No, the trellis.
The trellis, so you can see the trellis.
I don't have those drawings. That's in my packet. Maybe.
Sorry, I'll
Yeah.
share my screen and then.
Daniel.
Yes, please.
Maybe I should have asked of Daniel.
Just a moment. Here it is. Can make it a bit larger.
Sure looks as those two pieces that are supporting the top stuff could be wood.
They're only 6 inches wide.
So
Can they be wood, or your clients?
Well, I would. I mean, of course they can be wood. I just don't think that it would be. I've designed it so that it sits on top of the wall and that has a very simple connection to that wall. That's a contributing wall, and also I'm thinking about the fact that it's under a vine, that it's subject to rot, and that a metal would be a much better support for a vine than wood would be.
And if this wasn't a historic district, that would be fine, but it is a historic district. What is the size of the posts? Are they 2 by 6, 4 by 6?
They're 6 inches, yes, 6 inches across and 2 inches in thickness.
I don't know what across and thickness are.
They're 2 by 6.
Are we
Which
looking
is
at
the
the
2
6
and which
inches
is
or the
the
2
6?
inches here?
You're looking at the 6.
So it could be 6 by 4 and it would be plenty strong and it could attach the same way your metal is. I'm ready to make a motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, go for it.
In case number 2021-004354 HDRB at 914 Canyon Road, I would move to approve the garage door alteration, and I would approve the trellis and say that the exception criteria have been met with regard to the trellis on the condition that the posts and the supporting portion of the trellis are made out of wood.
Is there a second to this motion?
Larson will second.
Anything further? Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
No.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Madam Chair, can I just ask a clarification for the record?
Yes. please do.
I believe it was that the wording was that the posts and the vertical members be made from wood. Is that correct?
The post and the horizontal support members be made of post.
Everything.
There'll be, I guess, if you want to do steel on the stuff that the vinyl will be resting on, those could be steel, but the post.
So you're talking,
and the
basically
support
this,
members.
you're referring to this L shape here, yes?
I'm not seeing. what
Oh,
L
sorry,
shape.
let's share
The
my
upside
screen
down
again.
L shape, yes,
The upside down L.
yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is that clear?
I think so.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Richard. Friends and neighbors, we are going to move to new business, and we have 4 cases under new business. The first one is located at 638 Gomez. This is a contributing house. Case 2021-004524. It's Daniel's case. Daniel, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm just setting up my slideshow. So 638 Gomez is also a case that has been recently viewed for a primary facade designation by the board. The applicant is now returning to do 2 things primarily. Again, here are the plans. Oops. And some views. This is a primary facade at the front and the south elevation. This is the rear of the structure on the west. And these are a few of the windows on this photo. I have included all the windows. It's a little difficult to see in detail, but the applicant requests to replace all the windows on the east elevation, which are the primary facade. That's these 2 windows with new wood-clad casements and true divided lights. To replace all the windows on the south elevation, which is also a primary facade. To replace the windows on the west elevation, that's not a primary facade. And then also to re-stucco, to replace rotten wood, to remove a portal and construct a new portal. I'll just show you that. That's in the rear of the property. There you can see this is the south elevation, which is not really visible from the street, and this would not be at all visible. So there's this proposed portal, and that is the view from the west. This doesn't require an exception. It's on a non-primary facade. The request for an exception, it concerns the windows, some of which are historic on primary facades. That's these 2 facades, the front facade and the south facade. The applicant has done a window assessment. The architecture firm did the assessment. And the photos in the view of staff are not, what's the word? I would say, I wrote that I think further testimony is needed regarding the windows. I wasn't able to make a clear recommendation that they needed to be replaced. And so staff recommends that the exception criteria have not been met, but may be found to do so on further testimony.
Okay.
Otherwise, the application meets the design standards and district standards.
And the applicant is proposing to replace the windows, whether they're on primary or non-primary facades, with wood clad and true divided light, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions for staff at this time? It appears not. Who is the applicant?
Architecture Alliance. I guess it's Eric Enfield.
Oh, Mr. Enfield. Eric, are you there? I unmute Eric. And if you can swear him in when he's unmuted, Melissa.
Okay. Mr. Enfield?
Eric, can you unmute?
Pushed all the necessary buttons, so.
Eric, can you hear us?
Madam Chair, I am promoting to panelist. Let's see if that works.
Oh, there, I see his hand is raised. I see him twice.
There you go.
Okay.
There he is.
Here's what's happened. The cursor on my laptop isn't working. So I'm going to turn off my laptop, and unfortunately I'll have to do it by my phone.
Okay. Are you ready to be sworn in, or do you still need time to do that?
No, I'm ready to be sworn in.
Okay, thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Eric Enfield, and my address is 612 Old Santa Fe Trail.
Thank you.
Sorry about that cursor problem. Can you believe it wouldn't move? The cursor froze on me on the laptop, so I couldn't even press unmute. So I had to go to my phone. I want to apologize to the board for that. But hello, board, chair members, city staff attendees. You guys have a long night ahead of you. I'm just going to make this pretty quick, I hope, and painless. But I want to thank you for this opportunity to present our proposed renovations and additions to 638 Gomez. In the previous meeting, we determined the primary facades of this building, and they were the south and east facades that were declared primary. In looking at what we propose, I hope the portal addition, driveway pavers, and the window replacements on the west non-primary facade are acceptable to the board as they meet the letter and intent of the code. What we are asking for an exception is to remove the damaged and in some cases non-functioning historic double hung windows and a garage door that is on a post-1968 garage addition to the house. In previous meetings, we have discussed the history of the house, but it was built around 1940, and I won't go into any more of the history because we've already discussed that in the previous meeting. As for the garage door, we were able to obtain an aerial from 1968 that shows the garage wasn't built at that time. Unfortunately, the 72 aerial provided by the city is blurred and unreadable, so we're unable to determine if the garage is less than 50 years old. But presently, the garage door is not usable in its present condition. And I would like to discuss the condition of the door. I did include with my packet, though, assessment of the windows and doors. And I would like to go through what I wrote about the garage door. The bottom of the garage door is rotted across the full length of it. The door is warped and has large gaps. It has extensive wood rot on it. It has failure of the glass stops in the glazing. It has continuous cracking along the door, the sides of the door. And it has splintered and broken wood edges. The interior of the garage door is structurally unsound due to the construction of the door with just 2x6 and 2x2 and T&J 3/4 inch exterior, and that's why it's warped. If you look, I've included pictures of the interior of the door and its condition, both at the top and at the bottom.
Are you showing that now?
I'm going to just show the enlarged photos of the assessment.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you. Unfortunately, because my laptop is down, I really can't pull these up.
No, Okay.
So if you just start at the garage door, we can go through, you can just see that there's, I think, 3 slides for the garage door.
Just a moment, I'm having some problem with my computer.
Probably, Daniel, if you just pulled up the one that has the bullets on it that show the damage to the door. Sorry, board.
It's coming right up.
Okay. There we go. Oh, yeah, that's a much better picture. We can see.
Yeah, I actually have pictures in there of each individual door and window because I knew the board would want that, and I did the assessment with staff members.
This is part of the board packet.
And those bullets that are on there, A, B, C, D, E, and F, are the bullets that I just read you on the door condition. The bottom of the garage door is rotted across the full length. The door is warped and has large gaps. There's extensive wood rot. There's failure of the glass stops, the continuous cracking along the door, and there's splintered and broken wood edges. The garage door interior is basically structurally unsound. And right now, the owner can't even use the garage door and can't park in her garage. We propose to replace this garage door with a similar door as far as design, but 7 feet high, and replacing the header also on this door. And the design would be very similar to existing as my drawings show. Are there any questions on the garage door? And if not, I'll go to the windows.
No, go to the windows, please.
Okay, I'll go to the windows. So window number 1 is the one under the portal on the east facade. And the original window is covered by a non-historic storm sash, and it's not energy efficient. It's also having glazing stop failure. And then the TDLs are broken and damaged on the interior. That would be the window 1. And then when you go to window 2, which is the next window, it's a single window, and it's not under a portal, but it's next to it. The original window is covered by the non-historic storm sash. It's not energy efficient. The glazing stops have failed. There's broken and cracked TDLs damaged on the interior, and the sill of the window is rotting, and the rotting is also happening at the head of the windows. On window number 3, which is on the south facade, which is very low visibility. Once again, this is covered by a non-historic storm sash. And the glazing stops have failed, and we also have rotting wood at the jamb head and the sill. Window number 4 is another single window. They're the 2 side windows that are on the side of the existing living room fireplace, and that is about in the same condition. Original window is covered by a non-historic storm sash. The glazing stops have failed. There's actually broken windows, and there's rotting wood sill, and the interior of that window is inoperable. The next window, number 5, is the kitchen window. And this original window is also covered by a aluminum storefront sash, aluminum storm sash. All the glazing stops have failed, and it's rotting at the sill and jamb. And that window hasn't been able to be opened in years because of its condition. I took some pictures of the interior of the windows to give you an idea of damage on some of the windows and what they look like on the interior. On my packet, that's picture number 6, I believe, Daniel, but I'm not sure if you have that. There's broken mutton mullions. There's pictures of broken mullions there. The condition on the interior of the windows. And they've been like that. My client has lived there for almost 30 years, so they've been like that ever since. I'd like to discuss the window, unlike the garage door, we can with certainty say that these are the original wood windows. and we do agree they are the wood windows, to the age of the storm panels is unknown. And we expect they're non-historic as they are aluminum. I would like to discuss the window condition with you. And the proposed replacement windows would follow the rehabilitation standards of the National Park Service for replacement windows. We feel these windows have reached the end of their life and don't meet present energy codes. In doing research, most professionals, including scholars, agree that the end of the life of wood windows is approximately 60 years, especially in high altitude areas with extreme temperature fluctuations, which is what we have. I would also like to remind the board to remember Manderfield and your hesitancy to let us replace all the doors and windows, even after we had a professional assessment. Though the board ultimately approved the wholesale door and window replacement, I believe its status of contributing remains intact. We plan on replacing these windows in kind and ensure preservation standards for window replacement are abided by. My client had asked me to read a statement from her, and I would like to read that, and it's as follows. My name is Laura Hamilton, and I am the owner of 638 Gomez Road, where I've lived for almost 30 years. I would like to replace my windows because they are not energy efficient and they have deteriorated from age and exposure to the weather. Several windows are inoperable. I would like functioning, energy efficient, and weather resistant windows that are suitable for this climate and that will improve the appearance of my home. I would also like to replace the garage doors so I can park my car in the garage. I haven't read the exception questions. If the board would like me to do that, I would be happy to. I also have a lot of information from the National Park Service on preservation standards for windows that I will bring up if I find it's necessary to bring up, but I'm trying to make this shorter and keep the meeting moving along and let you guys look at those window pictures and determine for yourself whether you feel like we can replace those windows or not. I stand for questions.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the garage door, you've persuaded me that it's ended its useful life, but it does have kind of a unique design with the windows, and comparing to what the replacement is, I think something is lost. And I don't know whether it would be possible to sort of replace the garage door in kind with the window design the same as it is now.
We would do that.
Because I think that would preserve something that I find kind of attractive and unique. Thank you.
Yes, we would be willing to do that.
Thank you, Eric. Member Beachside.
Thank you. So while the assessment and comments from Eric are helpful, in the past, we have required a certified professional window assessor to make a recommendation on whether or not historic windows are repaired or should be replaced. And this is the second time it's come up tonight. So I just would like to clarify with staff, have we changed the protocol on this, or we required our last applicant to seek a window assessment. I think the same should be done here.
I can respond from my point of view, but Carly may have another perspective.
Go ahead, Daniel.
To my knowledge, there is not such a thing as a certified window professional. And I think under former managers, there was a kind of an informal certification which that manager created. We have been advised to not name names or to make specific recommendation, but having said that, it is known that there are 3 or 4 in the city that are frequently called upon. I generally advise applicants to seek an external expert. But I do say if they believe that they have the expertise, that they can do so. We had a recent case where we followed the demolition standards, which say that a 1/3 essentially if every single piece of a window exceeding this number is irreparable, then replacement can be recommended, and that an assessment should show that quantitatively. And from that perspective, I had felt that this assessment didn't go quite deep enough, but to give that quantitative mark. That's what I can say on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's helpful. And that was the second part of that question, is that 30% that we used to sort of look for. I'm sorry, is that just an informal guideline for?
Well, it's derived from the demolition, demolition criteria, which are in the code.
Okay, thanks, Daniel. That helps.
Member Larson?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very familiar with the National Park Service standards, but for me, I too would require more information. What is the number of windows being replaced, and to what extent are these being replaced in full? Also, I noticed the windows have pretty intricate profiles, meaning there is more of a dimension. It's not just simple muntins. And will that be replicated in a replacement? Those are details that we really want to know. You know, I think that seeing all of this photographic documentation that shows the overall appearance of the windows from the exterior and interior is really helpful. But Eric, if you're able to answer the number of windows that will be replaced, and if any of them will be repaired rather than replaced, I think that would be helpful. And again, I think that we should treat each of these cases with the utmost attention to detail and requirements of evidence. And I, again, just very strongly feel that a full-scale replacement of windows would drastically alter the integrity of the building, even if it is an in-kind replacement, especially if we're considering replacing every single window with varying degrees of deterioration. It's a very big decision to be made, and I again would say that just because something is new does not mean that it is maintenance free, and also that repairing of a older quality window that's 100+ years old would always be preferable to replacing with a newer wood of lesser quality. And that too is something to cite from the Park Service standards. Thanks.
Thank you. So Eric, can you answer Member Larson's questions about the number of windows that you are proposing to replace? And when you indicate the number, tell us how many are on the south and east primary facades. And
Sure.
also, are any of these windows repairable or not? I don't think I heard you say any of them were, but go ahead and answer those questions.
So the first window we want to replace is window number 1 on my floor plan, and that is the double hung window under the portal, and that's probably in the best shape of all the windows because it is under a portal. The second window that we want to replace is a single double hung, and that's also on the east facade, but it's in the living room. The third window we want to place is next to the fireplace in the living room, and that's on the south facade, which has limited visibility. The fourth window we want to replace is the window on the other side of the living room fireplace that also has limited visibility. And the fifth window we want to replace is a double hung window and is inoperable, as is the other window in the living room. So that makes 3 windows that are inoperable. And then the 3 on the back are we believe are non-historic windows. One's an aluminum window, One is a window with no divisions and one looks like some repurposed window or something. And those are shown actually on the west facade elevation. And you could see we're replacing the two windows that don't look anything like the house with a more historical looking divided light window in all three cases. On the back side. So there's one double window there and two singles, I believe, on the back side. So it's a total of 8 windows. We're talking about replacement. And I want to talk a little bit about this requirement for a window assessment because I did some research on that and specifically went to the National Park Service Technical Preservation Services in and this is their section called Evaluating Historic Windows for Repair or Replacement. There's nothing in the code that says the 30%. I can't find it. I don't think that that's correct. I think that was something that Mr. Rash just decided that he would say. If you can imagine every piece of wood in a window being 30% rotted, which is the standard, is not just the vertical, but the horizontals and the mullions themselves all have to be 30% deteriorated, the window wouldn't be in the frame. So the level of deterioration that you're asking for us to comply with, for you to make it easier to make this decision, is unattainable unless the windows have fallen out of the opening. I'm saying that only from my 40 years of experience, but also from my review.
Uh-oh, Eric, call us back. We lost you.
I'd like to read the board out of that document. While most windows are significant to the character of a property, every window on all properties is not. And it is in these cases that considerations beyond deterioration as described below are appropriate. This is directly from the National Park Service Technical Preservation Services. Here's another quote, and it talks about what constitutes effective documentation of windows. And this may vary with the circumstances of the project, but at minimum must include quality photographs to clearly depict the full range of conditions. When a project involves a great many number of deteriorated windows, general quantification of the specific aspects of the deterioration may substitute for photographs. Now, what I've done is both. I've provided photographs and specific aspects of the deterioration to the board and description of every window. A full window survey should only be needed in limited instances. While factors including occupant operation, presence of hazardous materials, code requirements, or energy performance, if taken individually, are not reasons to replace windows, they may be issues to consider in conjunction with deterioration in establishing a need for window replacement. So what that's basically saying is the board shouldn't just look at deterioration. There's other issues with windows. Operability of the window is important. Also, the safety and energy conservation. And they specifically state that the important windows on these historic buildings are publicly visible windows. Now, it just so happens that most of these windows have very limited or no visibility at all from the street. As you know, there's a courtyard there. I'm not sure. Did you go in the courtyard?
No.
No? The door was left open for you to walk into the courtyard because Daniel had requested that the gate be unlocked, and the gate was left open in case the board wanted to come in. My client was also there and said she never saw any of the board members, but I know sometimes you guys, will get out of the car and just look real quickly.
We did not, we had already seen this project, and it was, I think everybody felt that it was sharp on their minds.
Uh-huh.
So
Well, I'd like to know that section of the code that talks about the 30% because I couldn't find it, specifically not related to windows. So I think what we've said is a standard that's unattainable. And professional window assessments are done by window repair guys. Even on Manderfield, when I had the professional assessment done, He said that we could repair every window in Manderfield. But when it came down to cost, it was over $800,000 to repair the windows. And we got factory-made custom windows for less than half that amount for the whole building. And the board at that time had decided that those windows, even though the assessment said that we could repair them individually, that they were beyond use and that it made more sense to replace those windows in kind, milling the divided lights down to the T with what was there. And you know that was done because I won an award for that building, and yet we replaced every window and door in that building and it maintained its contributing status. Those are just some things I want to remind the board when they consider this. I will tell you that I do think that the portal that's on the west side and the replacement of the 3 non-historic windows on a non-primary facade should be granted approval in tonight's meeting. And I would also like to get approval to replace the kitchen window because it's completely inoperable. The living room's a little different situation. And my client, I had a discussion with her, and we hope the board can see that a full-blown window replacement, there is no such thing as a certified window preservation specialist, as you stated, Daniel, or I haven't found them. What I've found is local people that manufacture wood windows, and they go in and talk about what pieces of wood they would have to replace. That's where I stand with this job right now and replacing these windows. I do think that the board can understand that probably the double window that's under the portal is probably the least damaged, and it is still operable. And there are still 3 operable windows in the living room. It's just the one window on the south facade that isn't operable to the left of the chimney as you're looking from the exterior. I don't know what the board, I'm not sure how my exception questions could be further elaborated, but if you'd like me to read my exception questions and answers into the record, I would love to, because I don't believe it was done by staff.
Can you read really fast?
I'm a really fast reader. You ready?
Ready.
First question is, do not damage the character of the district. The finished appearance of the windows will be virtually identical regardless if the windows are replaced or restored. The proposed replacement windows will be modeled on the existing frame and will match the existing profiles. In fact, the window replacements will match the look of the original windows when the building was first constructed, which they don't now because of non-historic storm windows attached to the existing historic windows on the exterior. Are required to prevent a hardship to the applicant or injury to public welfare. Full replacement is the most practical option going forward. The existing windows with a more energy efficient window is the most responsible, sustainable, and energy efficient option. Our goal as architects is to create a more sustainable future. And by replacing inefficient windows while maintaining 100% of the historical integrity by look and feel of the replacement windows is a good step for Santa Fe to becoming a more sustainable city. By replacing the existing windows, we would reduce the energy consumption needed to heat and cool the residents, therefore reducing the need to heat and cool using environmentally damaging fossil fuels. Also, it will reduce the hardship on the applicant on utility costs and allow her to open the inoperable windows. The new windows would be thermally efficient, easy to operate, minimize long-term repairs, and match all existing profiles of the original windows. The existing window frames and trim will be restored to the greatest extent possible. The reduction of energy use and reducing the resident carbon footprint is of utmost importance in the city's goal of becoming more sustainable. Strengthen the unique heterogeneous character of the city by providing a full range of design options to ensure that residents can continue to reside within the historic districts. This proposed project celebrates the heterogeneous character of the city and ensures that residents can continue to reside in the historic district by continuing to present the residents to the community with the historic look and feel of the original residence built in 1940.
Thank you.
Thank
Eric.
you.
Okay, I'm going to take it to public comment. It appears that, it's Stephanie. I thought we're not going to have public comment. Yes, Stephanie,
I'm waiting to get unmuted.
you're unmuted.
Oh, I am. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see it that I was unmuted. I am familiar with this house. I think there's been some interior work on it because every once in a while the lights are on fully and it looks like people have done interior work, which is fine. And I do think that if the windows are inoperable, that they need to be replaced, that it really is a safety issue. And if they're replaced in kind and the openings aren't changed, I just think at some point, you'll have to go with it. And I sort of agree with Eric in that, I mean, he is an architect and he should be able to figure out if the windows are deteriorated. I'm not sure that the standard is incorrect. And I think it's kind of inappropriate really to challenge the standard at this point. I think if you want to challenge it, then you go to the city council and you challenge it there where they could actually make a change to the ordinance. You all are supposed to be enforcing the ordinance and that is what it does say. And I guess if Eric's willing to sign an affidavit or whatever is normally required, that they are deteriorated to that extent, then you would be able to approve it. It is a nice house, and I do hope, I'm happy that somebody has lived there that long, and I hope that you will work with them so that they can make their house more energy efficient and safer. Thank you.
Okay, back to the board. Thank you, Stephanie. Ready to make a motion, somebody?
I'd just like to add one thing to Stephanie, if that's okay, Cecilia.
Yeah, go for it.
Show me the code that says that
That's what I
in
was
your
gonna
city
say.
code. There is no code that says that.
That might have been something that, a guideline.
That's not part of the code and I can
No, I
only,
know that, but
I can
that
only
might
respond to
have
the
been
code.
that. Right.
I know it's a level that you've held.
Okay.
Cut them off.
I appreciate that you hold the level so high. My client wants to work with the board to end up with the replacement windows that are going to satisfy the board and that will satisfy her also. And, I think Stephanie made a good point. The windows that are inoperable obviously are inoperable and unrepairable. And there's 3 of those windows. There's the double double hung in the kitchen, and then the single window next to the fireplace that's inoperable.
Okay, there's 2 people that have their hands up, and Member Larson, I will take it to you.
Thanks. Yeah, I am kind of at a loss here because I feel that we've been told during this presentation that we are still looking at windows that are operable, that are still being proposed to be replaced. I feel that there always should be the effort to replace in kind or replace the failing materials or components. That is probably where I will always stand on this issue. And I find that we have a serious problem in Santa Fe discriminating against historic materials and being more preferential to replacing things for the name of sustainability, where we have several scientific studies pointing to the increased efficiency and overperformance of historic windows compared to new windows over time. And that full-on replacement of windows and sending windows to the landfill is not a sustainable solution. And historic preservation is intended to preserve what is there to its best extent. So I would like to know what the other feelings are of my fellow board members, especially because we are sort of looking at, you know, a gray area in terms of windows that could be retained on a primary facade versus replaced for what I would assume is the sake of cohesion. And my other question from earlier was never answered, whether the profiles on these wood windows would be replicated or if it would be a more simplified profile. Thanks.
I believe that Mr. Enfield, and he can comment, I believe he said they were replacing them in kind as closely as they were going to replicate what is there. And correct, Eric?
Yes, that is correct. I mean, we have talked about doing clad on the windows, but at the same time, I would have to talk to my owner about, you know, doing authentic wood windows, but I think we could pretty much match the profiles with clad or with a wood window. I do have a couple other things I would add just real quick that came out of the same technical National Park Service replacement windows, technical preservation. Replacement windows on primary street facing or any highly visible elevations of buildings of 3 stories or less must match the historic windows in all their details and in material.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Rubalid. You have your hand.
Okay, there is one provision that I think probably has a bearing on the question before the board, and it is under 14-5.2 subsection D regarding general design standards for all H districts, subsection 5, subsection A, Roman numeral 1, windows, doors, and other architectural features for all facades of significant and landmark structures and for the primary facades of contributing structures. Historic windows shall be repaired or restored wherever possible. Historic windows that cannot be repaired or restored shall be duplicated, and the size, style, and material of the original thermal double pane glass may be used. No opening shall be widened or narrowed. So it's not real specific, but what is specific is that requirement applies to the primary facades of contributing structures. So there's a distinction between the replacement of a window on a non-primary facade and the replacement of a window on a primary facade under the city code.
Thank you, Attorney Rubalid. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was the code provision that I was going to bring to the board's attention myself. I think the National Park Service standards are interesting and informative, but we actually have an ordinance that speaks directly to the issue at hand and isn't to be interpreted according to NPS standards. And it, to me, is extremely clear. It says historic windows shall be repaired or restored wherever possible. And it goes on to say that only when they cannot be repaired or restored may they be duplicated. So in this particular case, it's clear, I think, that we need to have an actual finding that they cannot be restored or repaired in order to permit them to be simply duplicated. And the record doesn't establish that for several of the windows, for any of the windows, in my view, and in some cases establishes the contrary. And it's not really a question of whether they're operable, because even an inoperable window can be restored or repaired in certain circumstances. So just as in the earlier case, we just don't have sufficient information to permit us to reach a finding here. And it is true that this is coming before us in the context of a request for an exception. So in that sense, we could be saying that even if they could be restored or replaced, we're going to grant an exception in this case. But that would then require us to find that the stringent exception criteria have been met. And the only evidence that's been presented is essentially that it would be preferable to replace them in kind to make them more energy efficient and perhaps to make it a lesser cost. But if those were valid exception criteria, in essence, that would undermine the ordinance provision that currently exists, because that exception criteria would apply in every case that ever came before us.
Thank you for your comments. Attorney.
Madam Chair,
further-
I'm sorry. Now, I guess what I was trying to bring to the board's attention is that there's a distinction between the criteria for replacing window on a primary facade of a contributing structure and replacing a window on a non-primary facade on a contributing structure.
Right, I agree with that. And in this case, that means the south and east. So I do agree that the west facade would be different in this particular instance, but the west facades are also non-historic apparently. So they would be not subject to the same rule. But the south and east facades are primary.
Well, we have two primary facades with a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 windows. And I think my client would agree to an assessment and coming back to the board to discuss those windows further if we find that they're unrepairable.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. Member Katz.
Yes, I would make a motion that would actually go very well with what Eric just said. And so my motion is in case 2021-005424-4524 HDRB on Gomez Road, I would move to approve the application with regard to everything but the 5 windows on the historic facades, on the primary facades, on the south facade and the east facade. And as to those, I would expect that a study would be done that would show which ones are reparable and which ones must be replaced.
Is there a second?
Bienvenue seconds.
Anything further?
And
Member Member Bichai.
thank you, Madam Chair. And Frank, did you address the change to the garage door?
Right, thank you. That the garage door may be replaced, but that the design should remain the same that it is now. It should replace in kind,
Including the windows.
including windows, with the placement of the windows, what they are. Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay.
Second, the motion is amended.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
One-
Anything further? Oh, sorry, Member Bichai.
Sorry, I didn't do it in one. I have one other comment on the drawings for the west elevation indicate that the window would be replaced to match the existing, but the drawings themselves don't match in terms of the divided lights. So I think a correction to those drawings is needed prior to seeking a permit.
Do you accept that, maker of the motion?
Yes.
Sorry, for what facades is that?
The west,
The west facade, the non-primary?
the existing west and the proposed west light divisions don't match on the drawings. Although the notes say that they'll be replaced to match the existing.
So she's just saying that it has to be done to the exact specifications that are being proposed. Okay, anything else on this motion? If not, let's take a roll call vote, please.
Member
Madam Chair,
Bichai?
could I clarify something, please?
Go ahead, Eric.
The new windows on the west facade would match the pattern and lights of the historic windows on the south and east facade. I didn't want to match the style of the existing windows because when you look at the elevation, you can see that they don't even comply with the divisions. I think that's on my sheet A3, where I say proposed and existing. The the one window we're matching completely is the one window in the kitchen. And then the other two are vinyl windows, double hung vinyl windows. And we're proposing to do wood clad divided light windows. And the other window is an old metal window that we're proposing to do. We're not matching the lights of it. We're matching the 4 lights of the pattern of the house.
Maker of the motion, do you have comments in reference to this, or is that?
That actually was my understanding, that the non-primary facade windows would end up looking more consistent with the rest of the house.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
No.
The motion has been approved.
Okay.
A
thank
question
you.
for the record.
Yeah.
So is it including this clause that says the windows on the west facade should be replaced to match the existing, meaning the windows that are there now?
I believe not. I believe the drawings show that they would be match the rest of the house rather than what's there now.
Exactly.
So can I clarify that the drawings do not need to be updated then?
Okay,
Right.
okay, then the drawings are correct. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Phew, I hope we got that straightened out. Okay, the second case under new business is located at 855 Camino Ranchitos. It's a non-contributing building. Its number is 2021-004526, and this is whose case is this?
It's my case, Daniel.
Daniel. Okay. May we hear your report?
Yes, I'll share my screen. So 855 Camino Ranchitos is a non-contributing and non-historic structure built in a recent Santa Fe style. Proposed is a garage in the front. This is the site plan. This is the existing house. Here is the street. And when you look towards the house, you see this corner. The proposed garage would attach directly onto this corner. Looking at a photo, we're talking about this corner, which has this distinctive garage door design. And so the new garage would attach here. That's shown down here. This is the existing garage door. That's that one. And here is the new garage. In addition, in the rear, this is the rear, moving to the rear of the house. This is moving further around to the back. There's this window and a basement with windows here. That's shown above, and planned is a deck with doors that open out onto that deck. In addition, the portal, which is photographed here, would be re-roofed in kind with the metal in a rust color. And the rest of the roof would be here, back here would be just as normal re-roof in, we're using a Georgetown system. And then the garage, excuse me, the driveway, which is now located further south, will be moved to the north to accommodate the new garage. And then there will be various repainting items in the same colors as current. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that it complies with sections 14-5.2 D and E of the design standards. Stand for questions.
Thank you. So Daniel, are there going to be 2 garages?
Well, the existing what is known to be a garage is currently not usable as such, I believe, because of the dimensions of the door. So this is not a functional garage. One garage will be constructed.
Okay, and the deck, what is the material of the deck?
I believe it's an artificial material that has a wood appearance.
Oh, we'll ask a little bit more about that one. Okay, thank you. And is the applicant Mr. Natkin on
That's
this?
right. Yes.
And he's already been sworn in. What do you have to tell us about this project?
Well, I hope this one's nice and simple instead of all the previous ones. Yes, that existing garage door is simply like a storage room. It was never intended for cars, so you can question the design intent of that. It's kind of strange. So this house was just purchased by my client, and he wants to have a two-car garage there. And right now there is no garage. So we have to relocate the driveway entrance just a little bit further down the road so that they can access that. And as far as the deck in the back goes, it is on the back side of the building. It's virtually no one's going to see it. So we'd rather use a Trex material for, the maintenance freeness of it. And it will be a fairly natural looking fake wood, if you will.
Okay, let me see if other board members have questions. Any questions for the applicant, board members? It appears not. I'll take it to public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to comment? No one from the public was willing to comment on this one. Let's go back to the board so they can make a motion. Member Katz.
I have a question first, if I might, Madam Chair. And what is supporting the deck in the back? Are those wood posts and beams?
It's just, we're trying to keep the posts at a minimum, not to block the windows below. So yes, it's just one post. It's a very short span, and it's a very shallow veranda, if you will. It's so it doesn't require a lot of structure.
Was that a yes that it's wood or a no that it's not wood?
Well, no, it's the vertical support will have to be wood. It's just the actual decking itself that will be made out of Trex.
And what about the support for the decking? I'll get an answer from you yet.
The actual structure below it will be out of Trex. They make the plastic lumber just like they do dimensional lumber.
Would it be possible to make the support out of real wood and just use the Trex for the thin blanking?
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, though, I'm not sure that the historic criteria applies to this non-contributing building on the backside. But if you guys want to make a condition out of that, we're open to it.
Okay, thank you.
Member Larson.
Yeah, I had a similar question to Member Katz. Is that would you be amendable to using real wood instead of composite wood? I think this idea of maintenance free is, something that is kind of being thrown around, and that's not really a reality. And I think that a wood would be more attainable. And as you had mentioned earlier, our extreme climate, plastic composites are not known to do well in extreme climates. So I think wood would be the more appropriate option. Thanks.
So you're talking about the deck and the support system?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. I'll just put this out there because I am an architect and I've been doing this for so long. And I have a wood deck on my house and it's splintering and we seal it every year. I wish we had Trex in the back of my house. And once again, we're open to doing it out of wood. I just don't know that is something that's written in the historic guidelines that for a non-contributing building, especially if it's out of public view. So I'll just put that out there.
Thank you. And it looks like they have no more questions, so I will entertain a motion.
I will make a motion you would like me to.
Please do.
In case number 2021-004526, HDRB at 855 Camino Ranchitos, I would move to approve the application as submitted with the one condition that both the supports and the decking of the deck in the back be made out of wood, maybe perhaps ipe, that Brazilian hardwood would last longer. I know we had redwood, which didn't last, and the ipe has lasted. Thank you.
Second,
Who was the second?
Larson.
Larson. A roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Only because I don't know of any authority for us to impose that condition. I vote no.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
and Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And
All right.
we're going on to the next case, which is located at 1210 Canyon Road. This is a contributing house. Case 2021-004527. Daniel, your report, please.
Madam Chair. 1210 Canyon Road is a contributing structure recently designated so by the board. Primary facades have been designated as shown on this diagram. The street is on the right side. North facing facade number 1 and south facing facade number 3 are primary. To refresh your memory, here is the north facing facade. And this is the proposed down here, which we'll get to. Guess I'll go right into the application. The house is in poor condition. Most of the items are refurbishment. But this non-historic window should be replaced. That's allowed by the code. The historic windows at the bottom will be repaired. The historic door will be repaired. This, I have a photo down here of the roof, which we weren't able to see on our site visit. This is the roof of the portal. The portal needs repair and replacement of certain items that are in bad shape, specifically these wood shingles. On the south, this is the west facade. This is a non-primary facade here. There will be some changes to this window in particular for egress purposes. On the south primary facade, the windows are historic, they are protected, and they will be repaired. Here we're back to the north facade. Here, the garage roof, they are proposing a deck at this time. I believe that solar panels are not being applied for at this time. Then the other main item, I'm sorry, I'm jumping around somewhat, is here we have a door, a non-historic door. It will change in its structure to a so-called Dutch door, which has a separate upper and lower portions. That is allowed on this non-primary facade. And then an exception is also needed for possible replacement of some of these Viga ends. The applicant is making every effort to repair what can be repaired. The Vigas extend into the structure, and there is concern that some of them are bringing rot into the building. And so where possible, they would like to replace the rotten ends. The ones that can be repaired will be repaired. And some change to this primary facade will happen in the form of this balcony, which is currently photographed here, unsafe for children of a certain age. The balcony should have a more child and otherwise animal safe construction so that nothing can fall out. The structural safety of this porch is not insured at the moment, and so the applicant has opted to use vertical posts to, on the one hand, retain the integrity of the primary facade, but also to give the support that this balcony needs. Otherwise, minor changes for refurbishing, of the stone re-stucco. And Mr. Katz, you had asked about the electric box. It is currently planned that it be placed on the outside of that south-facing primary facade. Oops, that's not it, but you know what I'm talking about. Apparently it's been neglected from the drawings, and we shall put the question to the applicant about where on this facade the intended electrical appliances should go. Those, I believe, are the main points, and I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel. I think that this building is crying for help, and I think that what is being presented to us is addressing that. And I really appreciate the fact that they are really trying to repair and restore the windows that need to be repaired and restored, and also the Viga ends. Member Katz, you have your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had it up. I didn't need to.
Okay, anybody? Any questions for Daniel now? Nope. Let's see, who is the applicant? Dolores Vigil.
Yep.
Would you swear her in, please?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Dolores Vigil, Liaison Planning Services, PO Box 1835, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87504.
Thank you.
Hi, Dolores. What do you have to tell us about this?
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. As you know, my name is Dolores Vigil with Liaison Planning. We represent the applicant and Osage Design Studio. We feel that staff has done a detailed presentation of the proposed changes and exceptions, and request that you consider these a change that you would approve at this time. I hope that you had a chance to see the project during your site tour and understand the need for the repairs to the home. Detailed information has been provided by the applicant and Richard Woodbury, who is with Osage Design Studio, and we're here to answer any questions. I know it's been a long night, so let's just move on and let's get this started. Thank you.
Board members, do you have questions for Ms. Vigil or comments? Let me see. I don't see anybody's hand raised, so I will go to public comment. Let's see, I have two people that are wanting to give public comment. Richard Woodbury.
That's the applicant.
Okay. Would you swear in, Mr. Woodbury?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I so do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Richard Woodbury, Osage Design Studio, 1216 Vitalia Street, Santa Fe, 05.
Thank you.
Mr. Woodbury, what do you have to tell us this evening?
I just wanted to join in on the conversation along with Dolores Vigil to address any of the questions you have.
Okay, hold on a minute, okay? So Stephanie Beninato, you have the floor to comment.
I'm unmuted now, so I agree with your comments, Chair Rios. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions for either Ms. Vihil or Mr. Woodbury? It appears not, and we did, oh, Member Larson.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, hold on. Member Beachside, did you have something to say?
No, same. Thank you.
Okay, Member Larson, go ahead.
I just want to compliment the applicant. This is a really nice project, and I think it'll add a lot to the district. So for 1210 Canyon Road, case number 2021-004-527-HDRB, I move to approve the application as submitted.
Beachside will second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Dolores and Mr. Woodbury.
Thank you.
And have a good evening.
We'll go to the last case this evening, which is located at 300 Garcia Street. It's case 2021-004532, Angela's case.
Thank you, Chair.
Contributing building.
Share my screen. Can you see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is 300 Garcia, downtown Eastside Historic District, contributing building. And the previous case was a status evaluation and primary facade designation. I've included the facade diagram in the slides that for reference. The applicant, get a couple of pictures. This is the location within the city. This is SAO right here, and this is Canyon Road. And this house is on the northeast corner here. Okay, so 300 Garcia Street is approximately 4,000 square foot building designated contributing in the downtown and the East Side Historic District. Its Spanish Pueblo Revival style is located at the corner of Garcia, east of Vargas, and where they intersect with Canyon Road. It's undergone many alterations over several decades. The applicant proposes the following alterations. These are more pictures of the surrounding site. This is east of Vargas Street, looking west. This is the front yard wall that's non-contributing, and this is facing northeast. These are the steps at the corner of east of Vargas and Garcia. There's another picture of the same. I'm gonna go to the building before I go to the yard walls. So the applicant proposes to remove an existing 1999 door. This was replaced in 1999, and proposes to add a solid wood carved unpainted door in the same size openings. As I stated, the door is non-historic. On the north elevation, the west elevation, the applicant proposes to remove single double hung windows and replace with a triple double hung window divided light. And no changes would be made to the opening. So that's on the west facade. It's this house is really intricate and has nooks and crannies that are kind of hard to capture. Okay, so this is the Just gonna finish reading my staff report. The applicant proposes to remove the existing yard walls on the east elevation and add a 64-inch stucco wall and add a wood gate about the same height as the stucco wall without a design specified yet. Infill the northeast corner stone steps that you saw and add a new 72-inch stucco wall in the east courtyard. And in communication with the applicant before the meeting, she has brought a couple revisions that she'll go through with you. On the north elevation, to remove existing coyote fencing and add a 46-inch stucco wall, remove the existing window and enlarge the opening for a new window, and create 2 new window openings on the west end. Also propose to remove the existing door and fill in with new wood divided light accordion doors and add a 24-inch roofette, which is like a shallow portal overhang. On the west elevation, the applicant proposes to remove single double hung windows and replace with triple double hung windows. I may have read this already. No changes will be made to that opening. At the east elevation, which is at Garcia, the existing yard wall will be removed and they will add a 64-inch stucco wall. I already read that. I'm sorry. It's late. I'm just going to scroll through the rest of my slides and turn it over after I read my recommendation. Okay. This is the north elevation with the proposed fencing. This is existing and this is proposed. Go back up to the east elevation and show you those existing east. So this one up here in the upper is looking from Garcia Street. This is that section of the yard wall. This is that, that's a primary facade there, and that's that entrance that has a territorial style door with windows, but that was replaced back in 1999. So it's not historic fabric. This is so the proposed is to have a vehicular gate with the new yard wall that's about the same height. This is also the east elevation. There's a courtyard, and one of the doors in the courtyard is to be changed as well. Also another 1999 replacement door. And this is that existing courtyard and the doors behind it. And the proposed south elevation, excuse me. Looks like that. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that it complies with section 14-5.2D, the general design standards for all H districts, and 14-5.2E for the downtown and east side historic district.
Okay.
That concludes my report.
Okay, Angela, of the wall, the 6-foot wall that is being proposed, that's publicly visible?
The 6-foot wall facing Garcia?
Courtyard, yeah.
Yes, but I'm going to defer all the questions about yard walls and fencing and what's happening to the applicant who's here tonight.
Okay. There are no hands up, so I guess the board doesn't have any questions for you right now. So let's swear in the applicant. Who is the applicant?
Charles Rosenberg.
I don't see him. Is there anyone else that's taking his place?
We have Sandra Donner and I believe Hoops Associates
here.
of Architects.
Oh, okay. So is Sandra the one that's going to speak? Well, would you join Sandra and someone from Hoops and Associates? Hoops Architect? Would you swear in Sandra, please?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sandra Donner, 1021 Don Diego, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
Thank you.
Good evening, Sandra. Is anyone else going to speak besides you?
Yeah, yes, Charles Rosenberg from Craig Hoops.
Oh, okay. Would you swear him in?
Yes. Mr. Rosenberg, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Charles Rosenberg with Hoops and Associates Architects, 333 Montezuma Avenue, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. Sandra, you have the floor. Tell us what you want about this project.
Sure. Bear with me. I am not super awake anymore. Hang on just a second. Oh, sorry. I just glitched there. So you were asking about the 6-foot wall?
Yes.
So the 6-foot wall is actually attached to the southernmost wall on the adjoining, well, it's the party wall between the two properties. It is technically, it is visible.
Okay.
And let's see. Were there any other questions about the yard wall? We do have a slight change due to a traffic triangle meeting that I had with Public Works. But I'm wondering if Charles wanted to say anything before that, or if there were any other particular questions.
Why don't you go ahead and tell us about that triangular?
Yeah, can I share my screen?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. Okay. So, so I was trying to get a letter from Marie Martinez and Teddy Padilla before this meeting. I actually should have it tomorrow. I believe one of them has been out of the office and I just heard from them today. So I'll get that to the board as soon as possible. When I met on site with them, what they requested was, I know this says visibility at driveways on lanes and subcollectors. However, east of Argus is basically a lane or a subcollector. It's not a main street. And what they requested was a 5-foot, 15-foot visibility triangle at that corner. And on this updated site plan, can everyone see everything okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So in the version that we submitted a few weeks ago to the board, the wall continued all the way to this corner and then bent back down Garcia. After meeting with Ms. Martinez and Mr. Padilla, they want us to, so basically we're actually going to step back 25 feet off of Garcia instead of 15. It works better visually. There's actually a step in the stone wall at that point, which you'll see in the elevation. And then it says here a minimum of 5 feet. It's actually going to be a little bit more than that. So this is, and then this area here will become a planter. This is actually a very large spruce tree that'll be cleaned up. And then the diagonal at the corner is actually it's that stone and flagstone little steps coming up from the Canyon Road corner. that was built in 1999. So the intention would be to do some sort of stonework to finish up that corner, and then do planters in this area here. And quickly in elevations, so this is just showing that little change there, that the wall is actually set back from that Garcia and Canyon, in this case, corner. And on the north elevations, you'll see that we have multiple, I'm sure this is in the report as well, but we do have, we have 3 wall heights, because we actually are on 3 roads. We're on Garcia, Canyon, and DeVargas. The DeVargas maximum height is 46. The Canyon Road maximum height is 60, I believe. Sorry, I'm going off memory, and my memory is not really awesome right now. So I'm sure you guys feel the same way. And then the Garcia Street maximum height is 64 inches. So the intention here to deal with the traffic triangle is that the wall that is actually on Canyon Road here, the 60-inch wall, would go to the end, the stone wall steps right at this point. So we would change the height right at that step, and then continue. We actually have a maximum height of 46 towards Paseo de Peralta, and then it steps in multiple times along this facade. Okay, I hope I was reasonably clear.
Yes, you did fine.
Okay, great.
Can you tell us a little bit about that vehicular gate?
The vehicular gate actually just hasn't been fully designed, and our intention is to go back to the board for approval, or get administrative approval if it meets the criteria. The intention is for it to be a wood gate, a predominantly wood gate. It is a fairly large gate, so we'll have to have some steel structure. But the intention is that it will be the visible area, the visible gate will be wood. There we go.
And is there going to be a see-through? Will it have see-through, or is it going to be solid?
I'm not sure yet. It may have a little bit of openings, but it will at the very least have a lot of changes just in plane. So it wouldn't be a flat condition. I'm thinking, recesses and frames and, things of that sort. But we probably would be open to doing some sort of fenestration as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Does Mr. Rosenberg want to say anything at this time?
Sure, I'd like to. Can I take control of the screen also?
Or is that okay, Sandra?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see if do I have to release it, or is that you guys? Oh, there we go.
Go ahead, join as a panelist.
Mr. Rosenberg?
Coming up.
Are you going to share screen?
I am. I'm getting there. So this is basically just the packet is what we're looking at. Can everyone see it?
Not yet.
Go up top.
There we go.
Okay.
You can see it now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to just go back and talk a little bit more about the building itself. So back in the April hearing where we confirmed status and primary facades, I don't know who drew this, but these are the facades that are primary, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And we are proposing replacing some doors on the primary facades, but they were the same ones that were also referred to in John Murphy's report that was presented back in April. the same doors that were replaced back in 1999, and they're shown here in John Murphy's report. So going back to the primary facades, so there's this is that courtyard, which I don't know if the board went in there today, but there's a door here in about where number 8 is and about where number 9 is. All 3 of those were replaced in 99. What I call the entry door, which is right about where number 11 is at. We're proposing replacing that, and that was mentioned by Angela. That's the carved wood door that's unpainted. And all of those are on this drawing from 1999. This was the existing. So the door I'm talking about is here, if you can see the cursor. This is the entry door here where the cursor's at. This door is actually, if you enter the courtyard, there's another door right here. And those is shown on this drawing, which was the proposed back in 99, was this one, these, and this one. So we're, when Angela and I spoke about exceptions, I guess we concluded that there was no need for exceptions because we're replacing doors that were just replaced in 99. Just wanted to point that out. It's all pretty clear in my drawings, I believe. It's very large. This is the courtyard that we were just talking about. 2 doors in the courtyard, and this is the entry door here, or what I call the entry door where the number 11 was on the primary facade. So we're replacing just the elements that were replaced back in 99. Besides some of the yard walls that Sandra had spoke about, we're replacing on the west elevation, these 2 windows we're replacing. This is a non-primary facade, and we're replacing this window here. We're enlarging an existing window here. And all of this is behind a coyote fence that's, I believe, over 6 feet tall that we're not replacing. It needs a little work. We'll probably shore it up and reinforce it, but we're going to leave it as is. The gates are also being left as is on this west elevation. Yeah, let's see. So on the north elevation, this was the street elevation, and then behind the walls and or fence and proposed wall, we're creating 2 new openings. They'll have windows that match the similar existing windows in terms of divided light style. This here is actually a window. It has some shutters on it currently, but we're proposing enlarging that and keeping from the corner. I think it's, I'm trying to read it, I think we have it at 4 feet. And then there's 4 windows here that we're removing to create 1 large opening. There'll be all the new proposed windows are wood. We're not proposing any clad, so they'll be painted to match. Well, everything will be painted this color. All the windows, proposed and existing, will be wood, non-clad windows, painted the same color.
This is a non-primary facade.
Right. This is a non-primary facade where we're doing the majority of the work on the west and the north. And what we refer to as the roofette. we just wanted to add a little protection over this opening here. And it's more or less keeping in character with this rhythm that's repeated on the north elevation. It occurs on some other elevations too. You can see it here on the side. It's a kind of strange little detail where there's some viga ends that pop out, just a few inches in some cases, and on the north elevation, they pop out as much as 2 feet. So we're kind of keeping that rhythm here with a new roof to protect this opening.
So let me interrupt you. That opening that you're talking about, is that windows or is that?
It's actually an accordion door. There's 6 3-foot panels, and the center two, which will have the door hardware, so it looks like a pair of patio doors. They can be operated separately, just like a pair of French doors, or you can move them to the left and the right. So there's 3 panels that move to the right, 3 panels that move to the left.
And what's the public visibility of that?
It would be, though here, this is obviously a true elevation, but you can see my people down here. I think it's going to be pretty minor. If you're looking, you can't really look over the wall. You might just see just a tad of, with the perspective of a person walking, probably just a tad on the top. The true elevation that we've drawn here is probably a little deceiving. It's not what you'd really see in real life.
This is on the Vargas Street.
Yeah, this is the Vargas Street. So you can't get very far away from it because, as you know, it's about the width of an alley, and there's buildings right to these people's back. So you can't back up far enough to look actually over the wall.
Okay, and what else do you have to tell us?
Yeah, I think that's about it. I'll keep it short since we've been here quite a while.
Okay, let's see, Member Katz has a question or a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern is that what we're looking at, and we walked back there in our field trip today, and it's very, very narrow. How high is the wall that you show the people in front of? I thought it was like a 46-inch height limit.
It's 46 on top of the retaining wall. So the wall, do you remember how tall the wall is, Charles? Like the existing?
The fence.
They can't see you point at the screen.
Yeah, I needed to read. The fence is about 5 feet tall, 5'6", on top of about a 3-foot stone wall. And the grade on the house side is about where the top of stone is at.
So what's the wall?
Right, yeah. I guess my question is a couple of them. One is, if the height limit on a wall there is 40-some inches, I don't see how you can have a retaining wall and then a wall on top of that from the street side is over 6 feet tall.
It is about 6 feet tall. The code basically says that when placed on top of, trying to be clear here. When you have a retaining wall condition, and I don't have that code right in front of me, but when you have a retaining wall condition, the calculated wall height from historic actually is added to that wall height. And I can find that probably tomorrow. I doubt I'd be able to locate it today.
I mean, I have concern about that. But the real concern is that basically window wall, all of the other replacement windows, the ones you have on the left side of that picture, the ones you have on the west side of the house, they're all windows that go right with the house. That sure as heck doesn't go with the house. nor is there anything else in the streetscape that looks like that. And although it's not a primary facade, that means you don't have to preserve those windows, but it does have to meet the design criteria, and it has to harmonize with the streetscape. And boy, that sure doesn't. And part of me, and I need to admit that, I'm conscious of how people live in the house. And when we walked between the wall, the fence, and those windows, it was incredibly narrow. And, if that was opening up, if that wall was opening up onto a large patio with a lovely view, it would be one thing, but it's opening up on a maybe a 3 or 4 foot wide alley. And I don't think it meets the design criteria, nor am I persuaded that this is something that really is necessary to the house to make it function, to be able to go outside easily to a nice big patio and such. So I have real problems with that, but everything else looks great.
Carly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to give a code citation for the walls and fences for, I think, what Sandra, the applicant, is referring to. It's 14-8.5 walls and fences. And with retaining walls that are above a certain height, those have to be stepped back. But when you have a wall on top of a retaining wall, it just cannot be higher than 6 feet in total. Sorry, but that code section, so it is 14-8.5 B. It's all under B, maximum heights of retaining walls and fences, and then maximum height of fences built on retaining walls. And it shall not exceed the maximum fence height plus 4 feet as measured above the finished grade on the downside slope. And this meets that criteria.
Thank you, Carly. I appreciate that.
Okay, board members, any other board members have any comments or questions? If not, I'm going to take it to public comment. Someone from the public wanting to comment.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Could I make one more comment, please?
Yes, absolutely.
I wanted to address Vice Chair's Katz's comment about the big window wall that we're proposing. In the plan, what we're trying to do is create some energy and life in these rooms. Look at the plan. There's a whole bunch of little tiny rooms in these historic buildings, the way they evolved over time, as we know. This one, maybe more than many, it's a little bit of a maze. And the intent was to we're opening this wall, the previous existing plan, this is solid, and we're creating an opening on the inside. And what we're trying to do is just get some light and air into this big space here. Otherwise, it's quite constraining, and there's not a really big space in this home as it exists right now. So that was kind of the reasoning behind creating a larger opening here. And we feel that by doing that, it just allows so much more energy to enter this space and create a little more indoor-outdoor experience. It's so welcoming here in Santa Fe.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And I'm going back to public comments. Stephanie Benenato. If you can make your comments, Stephanie.
Sorry,
delay.
It took a while for the unmute button to come up. I agree with Vice Chair Katz about those windows or doors on the Vargas Street side. I think that they are absolutely not in harmony with that streetscape. And if you really need to bring energy in, it's a north side, so you're bringing in north. It's just making it colder for one thing. And they do have windows and they look fairly large. And if you really wanted to bring more light into the room, maybe skylights would be an alternative as opposed to these doors, although they're very cool doors and I have seen those and I really like those ideas, but I just don't think it fits there. And also, I have to say that the wall on the Vargas Street, I understand that it's within the code, but I wonder why it's really necessary, given that you already have a 3-foot high retaining wall. It's not like people are jumping up there and, you know, like peering into windows, but it's really nice when you walk down the Vargas Street, not to have this like walled down little alley and just have some opening and being able to appreciate that building, which is really a very wonderful building, whether it's been changed and added on to over time or not. And then I guess my other comment, and I understand that the gate, the vehicular gate will come back to you. And I do think that is necessary. I'm kind of opposed in general to that because again, I just think it's so unwelcoming. It's on a small street. I just don't even understand why you would need a vehicular gate there. And although I see the step downs or step ups on the Vargas Street side, I guess it's Garcia Street, where it's just kind of a straight across wall. And I just really always have loved that wall that slopes down to the steps, whether it's historic or not. I think it's a really interesting wall. And actually, I just think it helps define the building, makes it more interesting, and makes it more, you're able to appreciate the building more by having that kind of wall. Thank you.
Thank you. Taking it back to the board. Any other further comments? If not, I will entertain a motion. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case number 2021-004532 HDRB at 300 Garcia Street, I would move to approve the application with the exception of the window wall that opens up. And I would not approve that.
The accordion doors.
The accordion doors, thank you.
And so then, and that little roofette, then is it needed? Or is it?
Excuse me?
The little roofette, what they were saying was a roof.
Right, I would not approve either the roofette or the accordion doors.
Okay, and also they didn't have the complete detail on the vehicular door. So that should not be approved.
Right. Thank you. That should not be approved.
Is there a second to this motion?
Larson seconds.
Any further amendments? None being, I guess. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
No.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. And thank you, applicants.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I don't know whether they would want to come back with an alternative proposal for where the accordion door was going to go, but I mean, I could imagine doing the two middle doors into a French door that's in the style of the rest of the building that would allow them access and bring in a slight bit more light if they want to come back to us with something that is more fitting for the streetscape.
The applicant has the option to come back before the board.
Yeah, we would like to do that. Thank you for mentioning that.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you both. We're going to move on to any discussion items. Anybody?
Thank you.
staff?
Thank you very much.
You're both welcome. Any discussion items, staff? I think not. I'm not seeing
None.
anything or Frank
Sorry.
Ruble has his hand up, or wait, nope, no one. Frank Katz,
No, I'm sorry. Did I not bring my hand down?
Carly, you have your hand up.
I just have one. Thank you for hanging in there for a long evening, Board, Madam Chair. So the next hearing, we'll hear a couple postponed cases, but the rest of the hearing is for administrative matters. And so we'll see a presentation and maybe potentially adopt some guidance. So that's what we're looking forward to.
And that's January the 11th.
It's January the 11th.
Okay. Any matters from the board besides wanting to go home?
Have a good Christmas, everybody.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Have a wonderful Christmas, everyone. And the next meeting is stated is January the 11th. And I'm sure it will be, as usual, virtual. So you all take care of yourselves. Have a good Christmas. And we are now adjourned, and it is 10:34. Frank thought it was going to be 9:30, but I thought it was going to, I didn't know what to think. Okay, well, good night, everybody.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Bye, happy holidays.